This will be an academic mountain. People coming from all over the world to come and be with us. So because of that, kindly greet your neighbor on my behalf. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, on behalf of the management, our VC, we would wish that we start officially this morning with our professor. I'll request Professor Munyeri, who will introduce our guest today, and then we start officially. I will humbly request that we ask questions. I know Professor has done a lot together with Chuka University, the Uplift program, and we would wish, Prof, out of this, we get more grant proposals. And I know you have connections, and you will link us to those donors so that we also benefit as, especially for our students who are here today. So Professor Munyeri, kindly come on board. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you so much. And I'll just go on and introduce Professor Thomas Bayer. He comes from Germany, New Ulm University of Applied Sciences. Let me just take this opportunity to mention that he's here as our guest as Uplift project team through me, where I am the PI. We have a running project with him, including Professor Nanwa, Dr. Shege, and other people from the Faculty of Agriculture. We have Dr. Kenywa, I don't know whether he's here. Judy is our project administrator. She's not Judy Wamoya. And Professor Mbaya plus other people from the north are part of that project as expatriate. And Professor Mbaya is an expert on university industry partners linkages. And he has been spearheading that work package for the project. And today he is going to make a keynote speech on that, which is university industry linkages and entrepreneurship for sustainable development. At heart, he's an entrepreneur. Even as he presents, I will ask him just to say something on that. And he will be back here next week under now the invitation of Uplift through myself and the team. He'll be here on 29th, a whole day of training on how we can link universities, our universities, with the partners outside the industry, because we train students, entrepreneurs, agriculture, whatever, for the industry. And we need to give them that which can solve societal problems, like that which and the entire Faculty of Agriculture. We hope to have a prof like at least a minimum of 80 people next week. And part of the project we are doing is looking at our curriculum, starting from agriculture, to improve it, to be innovative, so that we can have more innovations that can solve societal problems. So that is a story for another day. Today we are here for the conference, and he is our keynote speaker. And I take this opportunity to welcome him. The management through Dr. Shege has already welcomed you. He has already met the VC, and the DVC, ARSA, and the forums, because there is the council. And we are in good hands. Thank you so very much. I think Professor Gadungu will come officially and welcome him. Can shake his hand. Okay.
So good morning, all of you. It's my pleasure to, this moment, welcome our presenter for today. You know, when we are here, Chuka University is an industry itself, because we are producing graduates. But these graduates are going to work in an industry. So this project is emphasizing on how us as an industry which is producing graduates, we should work closely with those who are absorbing our graduates. That is now the industry. It is university industry, but of course, we are just literally taking university as an industry because we are producing the graduates, we are producing the manpower. So I feel that this is a good presentation that is going to open us on how we can be able to collaborate with the industry. Because again, if we can be able to link with the industries, we can know how to bake our graduates so that we have graduates that are meeting the expectations of the industry. So I would like to invite Professor Bear now so that he can take us through this presentation, which is University Industry Linkages and Entrepreneurship for Sustainable Development. Welcome, Professor, to give your presentation. Karibu sana.
My presentation.
What I would request is that as he is presenting, let's also put down our questions so that it will be easy for us to also give a feedback.
Habari Asubui. How are you doing? Fine. It's a pleasure to be here. Distinguished university members, researchers, industry representatives. I hope we have already some here. Dear students, dear friends, dear colleagues, as professors, as teachers. I'm today here. I have the honor to stand before you to speak about a subject which is very close to my heart because I have a lot of experiences from my background at the university I'm coming from, but also in my commercial background. So I have 20 years of commercial background as well. It's about university industry linkages and entrepreneurship for sustainable development. It's an urgent, but it's also a very inspiring subject. And I want to talk to you in the next couple of minutes briefly about it, and please feel free to ask later on questions, and I would like to go into interaction with you. Can you hear me very well, also in the background? Yeah? Good. So speaking loud enough, that's important, yeah? We are living right now in times of interesting times. Times that some of the researchers even call an innovation paradox. Yeah? There has never been, as far as we know in human history, a time when we knew so much like what we know today. Yeah? We are living, we are every week academic journals, they publish breakthroughs. Every week academic journals publish articles, and you see here the curve of articles being published worldwide. Yeah, and it is on a big rise. We are right now around an annual figure of 3.4 million scientific articles being published per year worldwide. Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, and it's still on the rise. So this figure here is from 2022. So I would guess we have surpassed the 3.4 million figure already. Yeah, and it's all covering all subjects. So we know a lot. That's amazing, yeah? And you see the breakdown here by major countries, by the world, by the region, yeah? So we are rich in knowledge, that's amazing, but we are a bit poor in solutions, right? Yeah, we still face too many challenges out there in our world right now. We have lots of data, we have lots of knowledge, we have lots of things that we know, but out of many different reasons, we do not draw the right conclusions. We do not put the things into practice very often that we know. And this is at the heart of the topic that I want to talk to you about, this university industry linkage problem. and putting knowledge, putting research results onto the road, bring the rubber on the road, and that's in the form of enterprises. So the global community, we still, we still face so many problems and challenges. The paradox is all, why don't we as a world, why, if we know so much right now, why don't we try and solve this? Yeah? Because we know enough. Yeah? And of course, there are many different reasons. And one of the reasons still is, and this is true for many countries, on the African continent, but also in the European continent, in the Americas, but also in Asia, one of the contributing reasons for this gap we are identifying is that the link between where generally a lot of the knowledge and innovation is produced, like in universities and research institutions, and industry, where this knowledge, where this research can be put into practice, into products, into services, into improvements for the society, this link is not established well enough. So this is not a problem only of, let's say, Kenya or countries on the African continent. It is a constant problem. It is also a problem to a more or less larger or smaller degree in European countries where I come from and in other regions. Yeah? This needs to be solved. Yeah? I want to talk about three main actors here which play a key role in the subjects I want to talk about today. One is the universities. The universities are the knowledge creators, yeah, obviously. Universities, with their research capacities, with their expertise, with their history and all the background knowledge of 3.4 million articles per year, yeah, and in every discipline hundreds of thousands of articles, most likely, yeah. That's the base where the knowledge comes from. The industry plays a key role, and that's the second actor I want to talk about in my little keynote here this morning. Industry is so important because knowledge is nothing, brutally said, or very over-exaggerated said. Knowledge alone is nothing if you don't transform it into reality, if you don't transform it into improvements, into services, into products, into things that make life of society better, that solve a problem, and so on. Yeah? And industry can do this. That's the key expertise of industry partners. They can scale. Yeah? They can invest. That's what they have. Yeah? And you have just told, when you introduced me, we are looking at universities constantly for people who have money. Universities never have enough money. It's the same in Germany, it's the same here. I know that. That's why we're hunting for grants. Yeah? These people have money, and if they see a reason to invest, yeah, yes, yeah, and that's why it's important to connect. And very often, the bridge between these two, the translator function, are the entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs, talented young individuals we have in this room, and I would guess, and I would hope that as many as possible of you will go out in the remaining part of your lives, and you will form your jobs, and you will create jobs, and you will create successful enterprises that serve a purpose and that bring whatever you learn into fruition in whatever subject. That is key, that is important. Yeah? And you need industry as investors, as partners. Maybe sooner or later, if a big industry partner likes what you're doing, they may take you over and integrate you, but it's fine. That means you have done something correct. Yeah? You have done something that is of value, maybe even for a big corporation. Yeah? And here is where the three main key players come together. Yeah? And if this happens, then impactful innovation is created. Then innovation is created that really makes a difference. Doesn't matter whether it's in the medical field, whether it's in the agricultural field, where a lot of innovation can be done and needs to be done, whether it's in social science, whether it's in engineering, doesn't matter which field. Yeah? That's the amazing thing. Yeah? And what we see, though, and this is a bit of exaggerated picture, of course, Thank God it's not always that separated. But what we see a lot, and that's why I pointed it out on this drastic slide here, is that very often these three worlds almost go parallel without connecting to each other. The universities, as knowledge creators, they publish a lot, don't we? Yeah, we publish a lot. We have seen the graph. Yeah, what do we do with the publications? Usually they stay, well, somewhere in the drawer. Yeah, yeah. So a lot of knowledge basically is unused. The potential is basically unused. Yeah, because the articles mostly are only read by other academics. Yeah, you won't find a lot of industry representatives regularly reading complicated scientific articles in the field they're coming from. Yeah, so they need also translation. Yeah? Many industry partners, they love to hire the graduates coming from universities, of course. They need staff, they need educated staff, and they train them for their practice. But very often industries, and I see this also when I'm talking about industries and talking with industry partners here in Kenya specifically and some other African countries we are active in, what they lack is the access to new ideas. What they very often lack is the mental power and the willingness also to do research and development. Yeah, they are so busy doing their business, they don't have resources to do research and development. But if you don't do research and development, if you don't improve as a company, you may not exist in 10 years down the road or in 5 years down the road. Yeah, so companies need to do R&D, and that's what they lack. Yeah, and very often entrepreneurs also, I have seen this as well happening. They have brilliant ideas, they're young, they are engaged, and in many cases, still too many cases, they go out and they form their enterprise and they have little to sometimes no scientific backing from the universities. And of course, they also have little to no to minus money. They need to start whatever they want, yeah, but they don't know how to connect. Yeah, so too often these three worlds are in parallel. Yeah. Why do we connect this, or why do I want to connect this to sustainable development? Basically, you know the Sustainable Development Goals. I don't want to declinate this with you, but defining these challenges in our century that we have right now here is not simply growing economies, but it's growing responsibly, it's growing inclusively and resiliently. I think that's one of the key things, and more people, even in industries, begin to understand that. Yeah, that the growth potential is there, and therefore we need technologies that reduce emissions. For example, we need agricultural innovations, especially in African countries. Yeah, you have so much potential in your agriculture, which lies unused. Yeah, Africa. You may have heard this message. Yeah, many African countries could, instead of being importers of food, yeah, being exporters of food for a big part of the rest of the world. The potential is there, yeah, but it needs innovative practices. It needs innovative ways to do the things. Yeah, we need digital platforms, of course. A lot of innovations happen in the digital space as well. So therefore, these goals are not abstract, and the good thing is these goals, if you think of it from a business perspective, they hold lots of market opportunities, because these are all gaps that need to be filled. And if you fill these gaps in the right combination of expertise, of researchers, of universities, of startups, these are market opportunities, the Sustainable Development Goals. And that's why I want to connect it. And my vision for the collaboration here basically is that the three parties come together, as I said, as innovation engines. Industries are accelerators, entrepreneurs are the bridges. And this vision is built on 3 pillars, which I will briefly talk to you in the next 3 slides about. That's co-creation, work together with each other instead of parallel to each other. The second pillar is entrepreneurial education, something that is very close to the key competences of universities, and innovation infrastructure that is needed. Let's start with the first pillar, co-creation. Co-creation, not outsourcing. Yeah? For too long, many industry partners, and I know this also from the country I'm coming from, Germany, they have cooperations, or they had cooperations with universities. Not that that doesn't happen, but very often, or in too many cases, it's happening in the case of saying, look, we have this problem, please solve it for us. So here is our problem, please make sure you come, and if you have a result, please come back. Yeah, it's like outsourcing the solution of a problem. Yeah, because industry is busy, they need to run their business. Yeah, they don't have resources. Yeah, so that is very often the attitude. Yeah. Yes, can be done in some cases. I'm not saying it's not possible to also outsource certain issues and give it as a contract research to universities, and you research maybe for half a year or a year, and then you come back and say, look, we have a solution for you. Yeah, now please give us the money, and then we show you the solution. But it's lacking. This kind of approach is not using the expertise which is also sitting in the industry. Yeah, because if we are researchers, if we are coming with a good academic background, we may not know everything, and we cannot know everything. What's the process knowledge needed, and what's the process expertise needed to transform this into a product? Yeah, we can do the research part. Yeah, so therefore, bringing these two things together is very, very important. Yeah, so this model basically is not utilizing the expertise there. Yeah. And therefore, what we are promoting and what is happening, which is good in many places of the world, is what is called the concept of living labs. Researchers, university experts, industry experts work together on the same problem. They bring in their expertise to solve that problem for the practice. Yeah? That is what living labs basically are doing. In Scandinavia, for example, also universities and energy companies, they co-run smart city labs, yeah, both together, yeah, testing renewable microgrids with local communities. There are many examples like this existing. And the second one is challenge-based research. I want to highlight briefly on this one as well, because that connects a bit to the education approach, and this will be something I will be talking next Wednesday a little more in detail about. Yeah, challenge-based research challenge-based research basically means do research together, coming from a very practical industry-defined problem, practical partner-defined problem. Yeah, that could be all kinds of problems. Yeah. So, for example, how do we recycle 90% of our packaging? Yeah, because we are under pressure, we're getting more rules. Yeah, that's a very simple problem, maybe. Yeah. How do we reach this and that? How do we come closer to reaching this and that sustainable development goal? Yeah. So, put interdisciplinary teams together with researchers, maybe starting already at the beginning, help the industry to define the problem in the right way that research can put in their expertise and industry can benefit from it as well and put in their expertise. You can integrate students, at least more advanced students on the master level, yeah, on the postgraduate level, yeah, or even on the undergraduate level if they are in their thesis phases, in their final phases, when they have already a basic. So students love to do that. I know that because I'm doing some of that kind of work a lot in Germany, yeah, with industry partners. Bring them together and let them create ideas, yeah, and let them create concepts, yeah. And then, of course, you see the researcher is slowly phasing out, yeah, if he or she is not willing to, at second part of the day, being a co-manager of the business that's being created here, yeah. But then usually entrepreneurs take over. Yeah? That could be the students' entrepreneurs, but that could also be a joint startup formed by a major researcher together with two clever students from 2 or 3 different disciplines. Yeah? The industry is financing it, yeah? Is maybe co-owning as a share, and then the longer term, if it's running, maybe integrates in their processes. Yeah? So this is how innovation can work and how you can put it on the road. Yeah? The second pillar, and this is what I'm coming to, is entrepreneurial education. And in too many universities still, it's improving, that's great, that's good news, but in too many universities still, too many colleagues and also students think entrepreneurship, isn't that a business subject? Isn't that in the School of Business? So yeah, there is a class in the School of Business somewhere. Yeah, no, it should become a major integral part of all kinds of disciplines. Yeah. So that is what I would say is very important, to turn a university into an entrepreneurial university, to adequately integrate, It's not like forcing every student to go through the same kind of course, but adequately integrate knowledge about entrepreneurship so that it matters for the social science students, for the engineering students, for the medical student, yeah, for the agriculture student. Put it together, yeah? To making it clear what's the potential about it, yeah? To create a mindset, in the best case, to create a skill set with your graduates that come out and saying, oh, beside critical thinking and teamwork and many other things we are achieving here at our university, our students, when they graduate here, they are Chuka entrepreneurs, yeah? They have a Chuka entrepreneurial mindset. It doesn't matter from which school they come, yeah? From which department they come. MIT in the United States, big example, of course, they're doing that. Yeah, Stanford, they're doing that. They have turned their universities long time ago around in integrating this kind of entrepreneurial spirit in all kinds of subjects. Yeah? That can be done. It's not too difficult. Yeah, can be done. Yeah, that could work. Yeah, and this is the second pillar. And of course, the third pillar in this three-pillar system, which I put together, is innovation infrastructure you need. Yeah? Innovation infrastructure which enables and not restricts. I gave you a couple of pictures from the university I'm coming from. Those of you who've been there maybe recognize some of the pictures. It's basically you need innovation spaces which allow researchers, graduates, but also industry partners to come together, to exchange ideas and to work together. Enabling infrastructure, not limiting infrastructure, because we see, and now sorry if I look a bit to the direction of university management, but we all know universities sometimes can be too bureaucratic, can be too regulative. Yeah, they may have too strict rules, even in our university. Yeah, we're constantly on a fight. Yeah? To protect IP, to allow access here or not allow access there. Yeah, I know this is difficult because we are public institutions. Yes, but there's always ways around that. There's always ways how you can solve this. Yeah. And that's a constant process of learning on all kinds of levels to allow different people having productive access to all the resources that are there. Yeah? That's a learning curve. It can be made. Yeah? It can be made. So we must flip this concept somehow, create prototyping spaces where startups can work together with students, provide the legal and regulatory support, that spin-offs are created, yeah, from innovators, and of course look also that universities and industry partners look for joint funding for these creative industries. So with this, and there is lots of examples like this, maybe let me give you one example from your neighboring country which comes to my mind. Does anyone know Kira Motors? Kira, K-I-I-R-A, Motors. Ah, that's a Ugandan startup, yeah, that was created by Makerere University together with an industry partners, and it's the first successful startup on the African continent building electric-driven buses. Yeah, it was formed from a startup initiative from an industry partner from the university. A university manager is in the board of this company, yeah? Talented individuals from the engineering department, yeah? They are now members of this company. So this is just one example. There are many examples around the world, yeah, where this is working, yeah? What I would like, and I'm coming to a close, what I would like to suggest is a simple and doable, practical compact for collaboration. Three actors: universities, industries, governments, and donors. Universities, my suggestion is, integrate sustainability challenges, integrate practical challenges into your core curricula, not just as electives. That could be very easily done. Industries, co-invest. Co-invest, at least your industry partners. Try and speak with them and say, why don't you invest with your Chuka University partner at least once a year, yeah, or at least one time in X period into an interesting startup in your field of technology and expertise? Why don't you try and support this? And we see what comes out and what you will have in the future. Yeah? Why won't you become shareholder? And of course, governments and donors need to provide the incentives, and it could also be done relatively easily. Tax breaks, yeah, for these kind of organizations, procurement preferences for these kind of organizations that are generated, yeah, which have innovative potential, regulatory fast tracks for these kind of startups that are being generated, for these enterprises generated. That can be done if politicians want to do that. Yeah. So therefore, my call to action would basically be start with this kind of cooperation, act like a startup in this cooperation. Yeah? I hear too often, yes, but we first need a policy regulation here, and this is still not working perfectly. We need to establish an ecosystem first. Yes, there is always reasons for things why they are not working. Look how you can make things work. That would be my key message. Yeah? Start with an imperfect collaboration, start with an imperfect situation and develop it in the form of a startup. Yeah? And you know, maybe some of you know the lean startup model. It's basically meaning start, create a first product, it's completely imperfect, learn, yeah, bring it out, yeah, try and use it, and then go back and refine and pivot. Yeah? And if you do that in the same way with your university-industry relations, I'm pretty sure you can succeed. Yeah? So therefore, let me close with this thought. Great universities of the past, they were built to preserve knowledge. Great universities of the present are built to create knowledge. But the great universities of the future will be those that apply knowledge. I'm pretty sure. Yeah? In partnership with industry, entrepreneurs, and society to solve humans' grand challenges. The question in front of us, therefore, is not whether we can do this. That has been done. Yeah? The question is, do we have the courage to step out of our normal ways, out of our silos, and do this together? So my plea is, let our students not only study the future, but build it together with us and together with industry partners. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Beer, for that good presentation. Let's give a round of applause to him. I believe you have heard it, that we don't need to work as islands. We need to work together, universities and industry, and also entrepreneurs, because the startups, the takers of them will be the entrepreneurs. I want to invite each and every one of you so that we can have a few questions, so that we can be able to see on how now Chuka University and the partners that are here, how we can start collaborating. We can start with those imperfect collaborations. That is the last slide, is talking about imperfect collaborations. And then we go perfecting so that we can be able to excel. So I want to invite the participants to ask a few questions before we can end this keynote address. Questions? The mic, the one with the mic.
Yeah, I picked one important co-creation and outsourcing. I want to give a brief experience I had. Tell us exactly, or you try to find out how we can do it. Universities, we know that, but the industry doesn't seem to know. I was asked to go and assist a dairy enterprise on how to, whatever they wanted to do, and they didn't tell me what they want to do. So when I went, there was a problem they wanted us to solve, but I found that they wanted me to tell them the problem, give the solution, because they had some money they wanted to apply from the donors. And I found it interesting because finally I ended up working alone. I thought we would work with the managers, and we come up with the product and whatever problem they had. So who will tell the industry that we need to co-create, not necessarily outsourcing? Because I thought they were trying to acknowledge. Finally, I came, worked on the thing, and I gave them. Unfortunately, we didn't get the money. No, that's my question. Is it a question or a statement? I'm not sure what I did.
I take it as a statement.
So
And as a question.
any other, before he responds, maybe we can have another one? Another person? Have you gotten what we were saying? Huh? You are comfortable?
Thank you, Prof, for a good presentation. I wanted to clarify on two things. The startup model for the universities. You talked about the universities having a big problem with funds, even in Germany, which we find hard to believe because we believe the money is in up north. So how do universities in Kenya, like Chuka, tackle that startup model and encourage that to our students? You said about Chuka being, like you gave the example of Stanford and MIT, and the way they are very good at that. So how can we apply that here? Then the next one about is a challenge-based research. With the level of industrialization in Kenya, and maybe how do we go about it? Do we approach industries and tell them, do you have problems that we can solve? Somebody talked yesterday about finding solutions where there was no problems. So how do we approach it? Do we go out there to the industries and ask them what problems do you have? Like what Prof said here just, they call you for, they don't even know what the problem is. So you solve for the problem, then at the end of it all, you don't benefit from that. Thank you so much.
Mine is, it bothers me because how do we bring these three people together? How do we bring the university, the industry, and the entrepreneurs together? Because when there is a problem, sometimes there is competition. Competition comes in. The university wants to do it first, but they don't know where they'll take their produce or who will pick it up. So how do we bring the three people together? Because we need the university, the industry, and the entrepreneurs to work together. Because sometimes I have an expert in the industry. I tell them, can you allow our students to come and learn? They'll say, we don't have time for students. So how do we bring the three people together?
All right. Thank you. Thank you for the three highly interesting questions. I like to respond quickly to all the three of them. So co-creation, a bit related to the second question as well, and also to the third question. So the underlying problem I hear from the three questions is how do we bring these parties together? How do we get maybe the industry to listen to us? Yeah, and of course, one of the things is, and that's why I said in the beginning when I greeted you, dear university members, dear distinguished industry representatives, hoping that some would be sitting in the audience. I don't know. Is anyone from a company here? Please raise your hand. Is anyone representing a company or an industry association? All right, no hand goes up. Maybe it was better yesterday, but of course, one of the things is create forums like this so that it becomes interesting for industry partners to attend. Of course, universities need research-based exchange, no question. Yeah, research conferences are about research. But how about at least doing one side event or one afternoon which is deliberately targeted in saying, now we want to talk with industry partners, and we craft a program together which makes it interesting for industry partners to come and interesting for researchers who are affected to attend as well. Yeah? Maybe not 300, maybe it's only 20 or 30 or 40, that's perfectly fine. Yeah? But you need to make the things, the offerings that you have, you need to make them also interesting for industry partners. Universities, in my opinion, and also in my experience, have the big benefit. Universities per se are seen very often as independent in terms of they don't necessarily have immediately a potentially competitive commercial interest. Yeah? Our industry partners around our little universities where I'm coming from, and I know this from other German universities as well, they usually appreciate that universities, that we create interesting formats, yeah, that could be discussion formats with industry partners about how digitalization can be done in certain parts of their businesses, or what effects AI will have on their business potentials and their current business models and so on. Yeah, I'm coming from a business school, that's why I'm talking business language now. But create subjects where your expertise can be brought in and where interesting questions are being discussed that are also interesting and moving for the industry partners. This is how you get them together. Last question. Yeah? Of course, you need to attract them. And this is not done overnight. This is not done in one event. Yeah? Successful university industry linkages is relationship building. Yeah? You need to want to do that. And if you have researching colleagues who said, oh, I don't want to go out, I talk to business people, I rather stay in my lab and do good research, let these people do good research. Yeah? It's not about turning everyone into a relationship manager, yeah? But maybe Shelmith has it, just sorry to use, maybe Shelmith has the talent to go out, yeah, and the willingness and the expertise. And she can connect well, she can translate what her colleagues are doing in her department in terms of research, which may be interesting for you as an industry partner, yeah? And that could be the thing, yeah? You need to identify those individuals in universities, in the research community, who can translate, who are willing to say, yes, I know exactly, I cannot talk my scientific language here because my industry partner will run away after 15 minutes, yeah, because he will not have time and not maybe understand me. I need to translate, yeah, I need to adapt. And the same thing is, of course, you need to find on the industry partner side, and that comes back to your first question, you need to find those individuals who are willing to go into this exchange. Yeah? And I know exactly, sometimes you go to companies and they come with this attitude and saying, no, we don't have time. Maybe we have a bit of money, but then it's your job to come to us with a solution. Well, if you want to take the money and you can produce a solution, why not taking it? Then do some contract research. Yeah? But it will not help you. Maybe even it's the first step for a trustful relationship. Yeah? If I'm the business partner who has no time and interest to work with you, and I give you money and you accept, and maybe half a year later you come back and say, Thomas, here is my results. What do you think about it? Can you use it? How can you use it? Yeah? This is what I found out. Maybe I'm waking up and say, oh, wow. Talent, there's talent, but probably we do a bit more together, yeah? So, yeah, sometimes this attitude can also help. As I said, in the basis, it's relationship business, it's trust building, yeah? And trust basically is exchanged by being open and being honest and delivering good results and wanting to understand each other, yeah? That's maybe briefly what I have to say to these three questions. And of course there is a lot more, but maybe we can discuss next Wednesday.
Can I say something?
Oh, sure. Where's the microphone?
I just want to say something, Prof, related to uplift and bringing these people together, the universities, the industry, the entrepreneurs, and yes, uplift. The project that I and Prof are in, and probably you should have mentioned that before you came here, you were in the Agriculture Summit in Nairobi, KICC, wish I was to be party, but because of the conference I'm here, that one of the deliverables with Uplift is that we also, at conceptualization stage, were asking ourselves, how do we bring these people together? And that is how we said in this project, we partner with ASNET, Agriculture Sector Network in Kenya, because it has the arm of the industry, partners, entrepreneurs, and all that, and we are the universities. And in one of the work packages, now we are bringing these people together, and we are using the umbrella of ASNET. And this we are talking, uplift is about uplifting agriculture, let me just call it that. And now in agriculture, we are trying to bring these three people together using that opening of ASNET, because even getting people, the three guys together is quite a challenge. So under that, we have come up with the Dean's Forum, our initiative, and we are hoping that the universities are going to support Deans to sustain the Dean's Forum. Currently, the outgoing agriculture dean, Professor Abusheri, joined all other deans in the whole of Kenya. We've brought them together through Uplift, and then we are using them to penya, that is in, I don't know how you say kupenya, you know, to penetrate that space of entrepreneurs and industry where you have Eliancho, big time guys. And then we have organized several meetings with the industry and the deans, and then asking ourselves, how can we improve this? And one of the things that is clear is that we need to involve the industry in our curriculum reviews and development. And hopefully now also have industry coming up, and we do better in research to solve the problem the way Prof said they have tried to do in Germany. So we are starting small, and we'll talk more about it next week. And we want this to go to every discipline, every department, every faculty, because we need to work together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think, Prof, you are wondering why people are not asking questions. It is because of your presentation was so clear. Well done. Thank you very much. I wanted to comment on something you said about bureaucracy in processing research funds. I want to assure you one thing about Chuka University management, headed by our VC. All researchers here can bear me witness that if you get grants, university process them within a very short time. Once you request, the university management support that, and we process very fast. So we thank you, and we hope that we will continue collaborating with you, and through you, we'll get more connection. Thank you so much.
Professor Bear, for that moving presentation, showing us the need for researchers to work together with the industry and also entrepreneurs, so that whatever we deliver from our day-to-day actions can turn around our economy. That is the end product, turning around our economy and then progressing. So this becomes the end of this morning session for the keynote presentation. And now we are supposed to break into sessions, but it's always important to applaud our presenter, because he is also opening us on how we can be able to move along with this. So we can give a round of applause again before now. So thank you very much, Professor, for that. Now we are supposed to go to the breakup sessions here in this room. We have a session on agriculture, environment, and natural resources management. In room 206, we also have another of that session of agriculture. The session for morning, the session for So we have, for now we have several rooms, but we have a session on agriculture, which will be led by Professor Grace Abucheri and Dr. Pauline Micheni, which will remain in this session if your presentation is there. Then we have Dr. Kariuki and Mr. Joy Olwa. They are also having another session spirit on agriculture in this room. Then we have room 206, that is in room 206. Then we have rooms G001, I think is basement there. We'll be having Dr. Henry Kimathi and Dr. Nembat Gallo for that session. Then we have Dr. Beth Gichohi V and Dr. Cornelius Muendo. The presenters are supposed to be in room 204, but as it was announced yesterday, anybody who was to present in room 204 will be presenting in room 406. That is next to examinations on 4th floor. But we have more rooms for humanities. I would like to invite Dr. Musimi to give more directions on where those who are in humanities will make their presentations. Have a nice time as you listen to the presenters.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Professor Gatungu. Good morning, everyone. If you can see in the program, socioeconomic faculty, we don't seem to have a slot this morning all the way to 2. But we requested the board that we secure a room. We start our presentations after tea. And we were allowed to use the next room here, 3 or 5, kindly after tea. For this morning, we allow you to go anywhere, but after tea, kindly let's all converge in there, 3 or 5, so that we move faster and we offload our afternoon program. Otherwise, I wish you all the best in your next session. Thank you.
I think we can still have a few presentations. Like I can see that Dr. Musimi having had an experience yesterday where presentations went on almost up to darkness. It's good we make use of the time properly, and we say that we reduce the presentation to 7 minutes, and I think we are free to break up. I didn't mention, for those who've come today who are not here, I said yesterday all, feel free to ask the registration desk for anything if you want assistance. Our convenience facilities are outside here on your right. Once you leave this door, immediately before you get there to the registration table. And I want to request direct board members to stand, just in case you have an issue or presentations and a program. Kindly direct members, let us stand. And I also request, these guys have really worked like very hard. I want us to give them 5 factorial for real, because they've done great to make this occasion, this event the way it is. Some are not here, but they are represented. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much. Drep feel appreciated. Personally, I just love you guys. Thank you so much. I think we can disperse now. After, in your breakout rooms, after you are done, when it's tea time, someone will be keeping tabs on that. You just break up for tea and continue, come back. Remember what Dorcas has said, Dr. Musimi, about humanities, you have a session to help offload those many presentations. I believe she will start with those who are there. You just present and you'll be okay. Thank you so much. God bless you. Have a blessed day. Okay.
Kenya reported that fertilizer use efficiency increases from 30% at a pH of 4.5 to nearly 100% at a neutral pH, emphasizing the importance of priming and also integrating fertilizers with microdosing. When farmers apply liming materials, either calcite or dolomite, tends to improve soil pH, and this will increase the base saturation of the soil, which will lead to an increase in the most important useful cations in the soil. Given the critical role of fertilizers and lime, soil management, and the global food security, the focus now should be to shift from for smallholder farmers, especially for semi-arid areas. Microdosing not only compensates for the raw availability of fertilizers, but also increases or optimizes their uptake. So this was, I thought it is wise to give you the figures for crop nuts, how they did their research. This was pH, below the pH, then we have nitrogen, phosphorus, and also fertilizer use efficiency. So the fertilizer was applied according to the recommended rates. And if you can see the pH at pH 4.5, amount that was out of the amount that was applied, nitrogen efficiency that was absorbed by the crop was 30% and phosphorus 23%. The wastage is 71.34. At pH 5, 53% nitrogen, 34%, and then wastage is 53.67. And this one justifies that we need a precision method, not only looking at the recommended rates, but how we can improve nutrient use efficiency, availability, and also the uptake. The statement of the problem is all about how maize is constrained by soil acidity, especially in the highlands, where aluminum and hydrogen combines with the most important nutrient, that is phosphorus, and form complex compounds and makes it unavailable for plants. And also for nitrogen, even if it is not directly affected by acidity, remember nitrogen in these commonly used fertilizers, that is DAP, NPK, it is in the form of ammonium, NH4. And there is this natural biological process in the soil which converts ammonium into nitrate, which is a highly available form of nitrogen. And it is done by microorganisms, the nitrosomonas, nitrobacters, and they normally thrive best under alkaline conditions. And hence, under acidic conditions, those biological processes are reduced, hence affecting nitrogen and phosphorus availability in the soil, which will in turn affect absorption and hence affecting maize productivity. Though the rhyming materials are used by researchers and even farmers, its adoption is very low because the quantities that is required to raise the soil pH and also to neutralize the exchange of acidity is very high. And that makes farmers mostly not to adopt. So for microdosing, farmers do not require to apply the full amount that is recommended, but they apply a fraction of the recommended amount of lime and even fertilizers. So the objective was to evaluate the effect of microdosing selected fertilizers and lime on nitrogen and phosphorus use efficiency indices under maize production. And under the indices, I'm just checking on the uptake. I'm also checking on agronomic use efficiency and apparent recovery. The hypothesis, there is no statistical significant effect of microdosing selected fertilizers and lime on nitrogen and phosphorus use efficiency. Justification, this research is justified in that maize is a key crop in Kenya. It contributes significantly to household income and the national and food security. And this will assist us to achieve a sustainable development goal like no poverty, SDG 1, SDG 2, zero hunger. Also, soil acidity and raw nutrient use efficiency severely constrain maize productivity, especially in the highlands. When farmers apply calcite or dolomite, it will not only correct the soil acidity, but it will supply calcium and magnesium, which are also key in crop productivity. Also, improving the conditions, improving soil conditions will enhance fertilizer recovery and will boost maize productivity. Therefore, integrating lime with fertilizer through microdosing provides a cost-effective, sustainable solution for smallholder farmers, especially in this region. Materials and methods, site description. This research was done in Kariene, Meru County in the seasons of October, February 2024 and March, July 2025. The area is situated along Nairobi Meru Highway. Those are the altitudes. The rainfall is at 1250 millimeters. Then the temperature is 14 to 24 degrees Celsius, and the soils there are humic nitty soils. So under experimental layout, before this experimental layout, the experiment was laid out using RCBD, randomized complete profit design, because it was in the field. I had to block so as to reduce variability and even errors. Then I laid it out in a split plot design or a structure, because I had so many factors and I wanted to start at one time so as to reduce time consumed while doing the experiment in the field. And I had two main plots, that is microdosing MD and no microdosing, which is NMD. Then I had 18 combinations of fertilizers, fertilizers, that is DAP and NPK. I also had two liming materials, that is calcite, and also I had dolomite. Under fertilizers, I also had farmyard manure. So their combinations, that is the subplots, were 18, and they were randomized each in those two subplots. And in one replicate, I had 18 for microdosing, 18 for no microdosing. Replicated 3 times, I had 108 total experimental units. The treatments were applied for the microdosing. It was done at 75% of the recommended fertilizer rates. And for no microdosing, it is just the 100%, just applying the whole amount that was recommended. Then I used a variety of maize, that is Pana variety. Then the crops were planted in an area measuring 2.25 by 1.5 meters. And the spacing for maize was 75 by 25 centimeters. And the rows were I had 4 rows, each with 6 plants, making a total of 24 plants, translate to 53,303 per hectare. So data correction, I told you this is part of my thesis. So for this objective, I needed data on grain yield. I also needed data on nutrient concentration for in grains at harvesting, and also phosphorus concentration. Then for nutrient uptake, the concentration in NRP was multiplied by the dry grain yield. Then calculating the N and P agronomic use efficiency, it is the grain yield in those treatments. You remember I had so many treatments. For those treatments that where fertilizer were applied, minus the control divided by the amount of nutrient that was applied, and it is expressed in kg per kg. Kg of grains produced per kg of nutrients applied. Then for nutrient and for nitrogen and phosphorus apparent recovery, it was done by checking the nutrient uptake in those treatments that in those plots that received treatments, that is fertilizer, then minus those treatments that never received those fertilizers, then divided by nutrient that was applied times by 100, and that is expressed in percentages. Data analysis was analyzed using SAS, split plot design, and the model that was used, it is this, that is why IJK, the overall observation. Then I had overall mean. I had the alpha I, which is the microdosing effect versus no microdosing, then VJ, the effect of blocking, then Y, gamma IJ, random error for the main plots, that is microdosing versus no microdosing. Then I had the delta, gamma YIJ, the random error for microdosing and no microdosing. Then delta K, it was the effect of subgrowth, that is a fertilizer and lime combination, and then we had the interaction effect between microdosing and subgrowth, that is a lime and also fertilizers, and the random error associated with the subgrowth. Results and discussion. I had so many tables. I had 36 treatments, and so I was unable to upload those tables, so I have a summary of the results. Number one, effect of microdosing fertilizers and lime on nitrogen and phosphorus uptake, phosphorus uptake and acidic soil. So from the result, I was comparing the subgrowth, that is the lime combination and the fertilizer combinations, under microdosing and also under no microdosing, where we had applied 75% and where we had applied 100%. So both microdosing, that is fertilizers, microdosing and the fertilizer lime interactions had a significant effect, and that is at P less than 0.001. Microdosed plots, especially those that combine DAP, farmyard manure, and also calcite, performed extremely high, whereby we had a DAP calcite plus DAP plus farmyard manure, recording highest amount of nitrogen uptake. That is season 1, 144.08, season 2, which was 148.27. As compared, as you can see, there is also NMD, that is no microdosing calcite DAP, which recorded also 120 in the first season and 124.20 in the second season. Also, the same case applied to phosphorus, it was 45.87, 48.8 kg per hectare. Then now, microdosing enhanced nutrient use efficiency through reduced doses. Remember when I was explaining in the introduction, we said the once application, like the one where the crop nut did a research and they found that if you apply fertilizer and the pH is very low, that is less than 5%, less than 5 pH, what happens? Leaching do occur. Leaching is the downward wash away of nutrients, or like the likes of phosphorus and nitrogen. So if they are washed down the soil profile, it means the upper superficial layers where most crops like maize grow, they will not find those elements that are required to absorb. And if it is for the case of phosphorus, as you can see, it was during the rain season when we applied these fertilizers. Remember, highlands is where we have rains and the farmers depend on rain-fed agriculture. So that one application, it is even confirmed from our research that it's like most of those nutrients that were applied once were leached. And if it is for phosphorus, it means they were fixed by the increasing aluminium and even increasing iron, which made them to be chelated, hence not available for absorption. As compared to microdosing, where we applied a small amount at planting, and also we applied another amount after planting, that is 2 weeks after planting. Then, under uptake also, calcite lime from our data or from our research, comparing the two liming material, that is calcite and dolomite. Calcite, most of the treatments which were applied together with calcite recorded higher N and P uptake. This could be due to the high reacting capability or high reacting ability of calcium and neutralizing the aluminium and also hydrogen in the soil, hence making those nutrients available for plant uptake. For the fertilizers also, it is good to tell you what was the result. When I was comparing between DAP, either in microdosing and no microdosing, DAP and NPK, DAP fertilizer combined with the farmyard or even with liming materials tends to increase higher N and P uptake as opposed to NPK 23, and this maybe could be due to the ability of DAP increasing a slight alkalinity conditions when it is applied to the soil, and that led to an increase in nutrient availability and absorption. Number 2, the effect of microdosing fertilizers and lime on agronomic use efficiency. Now, this one we were checking, what is the ability of now these nutrients that have been absorbed by the crop? How efficient were they converted into grain? And when we were checking on our results, microdosing significantly also followed the same trend, had a higher significant effect on agronomic nitrogen and phosphorus use efficiency as opposed to no microdosing treatments, and the most performed treatment was calcite DAP and farmyard manure, and those were the results then as opposed to Doroma. Then for the treatments which had a 100% application, recorded lower application because of the issue I have just explained. Maybe it could have due to leaching of those nutrients because it was one-time application. Effect of microdosing on recovery efficiency of nitrogen and phosphorus, again the same trend. Those treatments under microdosing, 75%, were recorded higher N and P recovery efficiency as opposed to those that were applied at 100%. And the calcite DAP treatments combined with farm or combined with both, that is a fertilizer, lime, and also farm, perform better because also for farmyard manure, it has ability to reduce the acidity in the soil by chelating the aluminium, manganese, and even iron in the soil, hence reducing their presence in the soil, making the most important basic cations being available in the soil, which led to an increase in soil pH, hence availability of P and K. So recommendations, from these results we can recommend applying 75% of the recommended DAP, all NPK fertilizers through microdosing combined with calcite lime, farmyard manure to effectively improve nitrogen and phosphorus uptake, agronomic efficiency, and apparent recovery in maize. Further studies to test whether maize variety, because I have just shown you the variety that I used, to check whether maize variety response modifies the benefits of microdosing fertilizers and lime, also to validate the efficacy under farmer conditions, under diverse soils and the climatic conditions. Remember, I've told you the soil where I was doing the research, it is an nitty soil type of soil. So it is better we can try to apply these treatments under diverse soil, like the rights of ferrosols, the rights of aridosols, pranasols, and the rest. Also to determine the vertical changes in pH, exchange facility, N and P nutrient availability after microdosing fertilizers and lime amendment. And this can be done through profiling. Acknowledgement, I would like to acknowledge or to thank the Department of Plant Sciences for their technical assistance throughout my academic journey. I'm also grateful to my supervisors, that is Dr. Nuku Hagai, Professor Grisa Bujeri, and Dr. Esther Muindi, for their support. I also thank the Organization for Women in Science for developing WORLD for fully funding this project, which enabled it to be completed successfully. I also would like to thank the Health Scholarship, that is 2022, for funding my tuition. So that is the end and the message, or take-home message. Microdosing soil amendments for acidic soil efficiency in every dose improved, N and P use efficiency. Thank you.
Okay, I will be taking you through selected macroeconomic variables in agricultural growth in Kenya. I'm Sharon Mwendwa, a student at Tharaka University, doing my master's in economics. I'll start with the introduction. Agriculture, it forms the backbone of the Kenyan economy and contributes the largest share to the GDP of the country at nearly 22.4%, plays a very key role in poverty reduction, food security, and economic growth in the country. However, there are some macroeconomic variables that are very important to the economy's growth, affecting a very substantial population rather than a few individuals. And for this study, the selected macroeconomic variables that I'll be working with are interest rate, exchange rate, GDP growth rate, and inflation rate. However, in the current economy, unfavorable macroeconomic variables, through the policies that the government uses, have constrained the agricultural sector performance over the years. The policies that government uses are very important to influence the economy of the country in regards to agricultural output performance. Therefore, the determination of these macroeconomic variables will help in their monitoring and also help in formulating relevant macroeconomic policies to be taken to mitigate their effects. On my statement of the problem, the agricultural sector is very vital in the Kenyan economy. It employs over 80% of the national population and contributes largely to the GDP of the country. The agricultural sector also faces challenges like unfavorable macroeconomic variables, climate change, climate and access to inputs, and financing and infrastructure. In the Kenyan government, they have implemented several policies and interventions, such as Kenya Vision 2030 and Sustainable Development Goals. And also they have trained to regulate monetary policies to manage interest rates in the economy. However, recently there have been fluctuating trends in the agricultural sector. The contribution of the agricultural sector to the overall growth, it contracted by 0.4% between 2017 and 2021, with the agricultural performance growth declining from 5.2% in 2020 to 0.1% in 2021. Therefore, this becomes a concern since poor performance in agricultural sector results in food insecurities, low employment among the youth, and increased poverty among the people, which consequently the consequences of this effect include increased school dropout, increased crime rate, and diseases such as depression. Therefore, it is important to understand how these macroeconomic variables affect this specific sector performance in the country. My general objective was to investigate the effect of selected macroeconomic variables on the agricultural output growth in Kenya. The specific objective was to examine the effect of exchange rate on the agricultural output growth in Kenya, to analyze the effect of interest rate on agricultural output in Kenya, to assess the effect of GDP growth rate on agricultural output growth in Kenya, to determine the moderating effect of inflation rate on the relationship between the selected macroeconomic variables and agricultural output growth in Kenya. I used two theories, that is export-led growth theory and classical theory of interest. The export-led growth theory says that when growth in export will encourage more on production of export goods and thus increasing productivity in the country, whereas classical theory of interest, it suggests that low interest rates encourages high investment while high interest rate discourages investment. Next is my conceptual framework. One side I have the independent variables, which is exchange rate, interest rate, GDP growth rate, and I have the moderating variable, which will be inflation rate, and the dependent variable, which will be agricultural output performance. Under methodology, I use the casual descriptive design to determine the cause and effect interaction between the variables. I used agricultural sector in Kenya as the population of the study. I used also selective sampling procedure to make plant judgment on where to accumulate the facts of the data to be used in the study. My study, I used a time series data from 1986 to 2023, that's 38 objectives. And the choice of this period was because of enough historic data on the variables. It covers most of economic changes in the country and policy reforms in the country. The research instruments that I used was a checklist, and I obtained the data from Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. I used the autoregressive distributive lag model together with the error correction model to analyze my data, and I used Stata to do the analysis. The results, first I carried out the stationarity test to be able to understand if my all variables were stationary, and they were stationary at level and also fast differencing. Therefore, it encouraged me to use the ARDL model. I also did the co-integration test, which I found there is co-integration. Therefore, there is a long-run relationship between the variables, which now encouraged me to use the error correction model to analyze my data. After doing the analysis of the data, the results showed that there was an increase in exchange rate, that is the depreciation, would result in agricultural output increase in agricultural output, likely due to improved export competitiveness in the country. Although the effect was marginally significant, the results also showed that interest rate also affected agricultural output positively. Although the result seems counterintuitive with the theory, where the high interest rate will typically raise borrowing costs and discourage investment. However, the results from the study shown that interest rates do affect agricultural output in the country positively, maybe due to where the government uses interest rate as a link with macroeconomic stabilization policies to support agricultural performance in the long run. GDP had no any significant effect to agricultural output performance in Kenya. And finally, inflation rate, I used it as a moderating variable to check on the interaction, the relationship between the variables. And the results shown that inflation slightly enhanced the immediate positive effect of exchange rate on agricultural output, but significantly reduced it after the lagged impact, that is after a period of 1 year. Interaction between inflation and interest also showed it was a positive one. Therefore, this shows that during periods of high inflation, the positive effect of interest on agricultural output becomes stronger in the economy. And the interaction between inflation and GDP was still not statistically significant in both the short-run and long-run effect. For the conclusion and recommendation, I used the RDL model, confirmed that interest rate influenced agriculture positively, found that exchange rate had a marginal statistically significant effect on agricultural output in the long run, and GDP growth rate was not statistically significant with agricultural output both in the long run and the short run. And for the recommendations, the government and the policymakers come up with policies aimed at stabilizing the exchange rate, therefore reduce the uncertainties of agricultural exporters. And also the government should also expand programs that enhance access to markets, technology, and extension services to ensure when there is economic growth, it translates to tangible improvement in the agricultural output performance. Thank you.
Good morning. Yes, I'm your next presenter, Bridget Kawira. I was handling ecological usefulness of urban farming in Kobo Town, Meru County, in Kenya. A short background of the topic. Urban farming originated or started in the European cities in the 1880s that is in London, Paris, and Stockholm. And its main core or goal was to help the urban poor grow food for sustainability. Then it kept growing, and other people still continued to adopt it to reduce food insecurities in the urban areas. Because you know, as the urban population is growing, there is still need for food for the people that are in the urban areas. So as Kiriboi et al. In 2024 still did their research, and they found out that urban farming has continued to gain popularity, and it's being practiced in most of the urban areas, actually all of the urban areas. Then the FAO, in their report, they have projected that by 2050, there will be 70% more people in the urban areas, and therefore this raises the demand for food in the urban area. Statement of the problem, you find that despite urban agriculture and its potential to enhance food security, waste, recycling, and urban greening, and its ecological value has not been explored. So this research majorly wanted to explore on the ecological usefulness of the urban farms. As we are doing the urban farming, what is its ecological benefit? So majorly that's what we measured in, trying to see the usefulness of the urban farming in line with greening of the urban area and also waste management in the urban areas. The research objective was to assess the ecological benefits of urban farming in Kobo Town with a focus on its contribution to urban greening and waste management. For the methodology, I applied the mixed methods approach, which combines the quantitative and qualitative data. We downloaded the Landsat images from USGS, that is the United States Geological Survey website. The Landsat 8 images were to help us get the variations in the vegetations of the urban area of the town now. Then we computed the NDVI values. The NDVI is a normalized digital vegetation index, and it is used to give us the vegetation index of an area. Sorry. Then on the results and discussions, forgot to tell you that this research concentrated on 3 major years. That is in 2010, we got the map for the 2010. That is the Landsat image for 2010, 2015, and 2020, so that we get the NDVI values and how they have been varying with the years. And after getting the NDVI values, we are able to calculate the vegetated and the non-vegetated area based on the greenness of the area. So in 2010, you can see that the vegetated area was 7.39. Then the non-vegetated area, basically here, we are taking it as the built-up areas, the areas with the tarmac roads, the areas with all these buildings, or the area that is not in green vegetation. It's what we are classifying as non-vegetated area. Then the vegetated area, all the areas that have the green plants. Then in 2015, the vegetated area went down or decreased to 6.73, and the non-vegetated area or the built-up areas increased to 1.57, that is square kilometers. In 2020, the vegetated area reduced again to 5.52 square kilometers. The non-vegetated area increased. So we can see that throughout the 3 major years that have been considered, there has been a decline in the urban green spaces in Kobo Town, and they have been decreasing steadily with the time. The environmental impact of these reducing green spaces means there will be reduced carbon sequestration, lower groundwater infiltration, and increased urban heat levels. In the research also, we sought to have the farmers' perceptions on urban farming. Basically, we looked at, we gave them statements whereby we used a Likert scale. They were to either say whether they strongly agree with the statement, disagree, neither disagree or agree, and strongly agree. And we calculated the mean responses, and it is as shown. The first statement is household farming encourages the recycling of materials. So that one had a mean response of 4.1, that is out of 5. Urban household farming increases the green area coverage in the area with a mean response of 4.1. Urban household farming brings about better waste management with a mean of 2.7. Urban household farming increases the aesthetic value of the area with a mean of 4.2. Urban household farming should be embraced in every household, and they accepted it well. So basically, we can conclude that urban farming promotes recycling of household and animal waste. The kitchen waste and animal waste are reused in the farm. This is basically because whatever is reused, for example, the peels in the kitchen can be fed to the animals, reducing the waste that is thrown to the dump site. This means that the less garbage is sent to the municipal dump sites. Then also it minimizes the use of inorganic fertilizers, because they are going to use the kitchen refuse and the waste to the farms that they have in the backyards. In conclusion, we can say that there is a widespread adoption of urban farming in Kobo, mostly due to its climate, but still, the built-up areas are trying to catch up, and they are trying to overtake the green areas in Kobo town. The emerging challenge that is there is the rapid urban development is shrinking the green spaces, threatening the sustainability of urban spaces or the sustainability of urban farming. One of the recommendations that we can have for this is the architects and the urban developers should incorporate designs that allow modern urban farming techniques. For example, the rooftop, whereby they build houses in such a way that the roof part can be used as urban farms. They also can build houses that are accommodating vertical farming. This is to maximize the limited urban space and enhance the green cover, and also promote sustainable living in urban areas. The farmers also, another recommendation, the farmers also should be educated on the upcoming modern farming techniques. For example, the hydroponics, the vertical gardens, which ensure maximum production even in the small spaces that we have in the urban areas. The county governments also should come up with policies to guide and support urban farming as a key component of urban farming. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we can have the last person, Professor, so that we can 14, and then those that are not ready, we can come after. And you stick to 7 minutes. We are adding marks. So if you go beyond 7 marks, you are reducing your marks.
Good morning. I'm Elijah Barasa, Faculty of Agriculture, Department of Agricultural Economics, Agribusiness and Agricultural Education. My research work based on perception of smallholder farmers on sunflower commercialization. which was conducted in Bungoma County. Basically, sunflower as a crop plays a crucial part in edible oil in this nation, and it accounts for around 25% of what we consume from the vegetable oil. And as a nation, we are a net importer of the vegetable oil because local production we can only account for 34%. So that prompted me to look into why is it that we have the potential and yet we can't meet the demand of the production. So to analyze the perception of farmers, I had to use what we call factor analysis and same model based on rational utility theory to come up with a specific pattern of behavior. Because in perception, towards acting in a specific direction, we look at what people choose as a bundle of consumption. In this season, I used this bundle. What about the next season? What about the preceding one? So you look at the pattern. For factor analysis, it will give you a specific outline that as a consumer, I used this basket. Then you do a structural equation model to give you now a continuous choice of preference for a specific consumption. So I realized that we have a low level of commercialization using household commercialization index, which you obtain through the production that has been made by each household. You calculate, it gave us around 50.81, which is a low level of commercialization, because for you to be at least at a better commercialization level, it should be at least 75%, where we can say this farmer is fully engaged in commercialization as a farmer. As a crop, sunflower, we have 4 products from it. I call it the 4F. That is the fuel, feeds, fertilizer, and food. But in this section, most researchers have focused on oil, which is food, and left out the fertilizer, feeds, and fuel part of it, which now cannot stir up a farmer into engaging in that production. So what can we do as a nation, as agricultural institutions, to increase the commercialization of this crop? We can do participatory evaluation through subsidization of the services we offer to farmers, and this will help farmers to engage fully in entrepreneurship. So you look at the act of production, land preparation, crop management, and yield harvesting. If you engage fully in that sector, you will be able to focus on what profit am I going to get at the end of the day. And if the first season I was able to reap more from the same crop, I will be able to add in value so that next season I can generate more income from it. So we can have further research in the same, whereby we establish a baseline standard measure of fertilizer, feeds, and fuel, because we don't have statistics specifically saying or clarifying that in this season we were able to account for this percentage of fuel as a nation or this percentage of feeds. That calls for an experimental research for that sector. Thank you for listening. That's the end of my presentation.
presentations. So everybody has theirs here to save on time. So we can begin, and we have our first presenter. That is Barako. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning once again. My name is Barako Golicha Jarso. I'm here to present master's thesis titled Impact of Community Conservation Strategy on Habitat Restoration, Large Mammal Densities, and Human-Wildlife Conflict Mitigation in Jaldesa, Marsabit County, Kenya. My supervisors were Dr. Edwin Kiria and Dr. Joseph Maina. Oh, yes. How can I put it? Well.
There is a device for connecting. Do we have our ICT person? So we need to see the presentation. You can connect us. Yeah. We need to see this here in this presentation. Yeah, good.
Thank you.
So thank you.
So I restart once again. Good morning once again. My name is Barako Golicha. I'm here to present a research thesis titled Impact of Community Conservation Strategy on Habitat Restoration, Large Mammal Densities, and Human-Wildlife Conflicts Mitigation in Jaldesa, Marsabit County. Introduction. The global conservation discourse increasingly emphasizes the pivotal role of community engagement in wildlife management. Community-based conservation is promoted to re-aggregate the common resource, provide biodiversity conservation, and enhance human-wildlife livelihood under increasing pressures from population growth and use and land use changes and other sources. So habitat degradation poses a significant threat to wildlife population worldwide. Human-wildlife conflict is a pervasive issue in many conservation area, often resulting in economic losses and safety concerns for local communities. The community conservancy model is good alternative for ensuring a more equitable distribution sharing of tourism revenue with the grassroots communities who sacrifice a lot of their natural capital opportunities by hosting wildlife in their local areas. So community-based conservation initiatives have shown results in preserving biodiversity and increasing wildlife population in Kenya. Experienced biodiversity loss and ecological degradation due to unsustainable land use, human encroachment, and weak natural resource management. Prior to establishment, land degradation, poaching, cutting trees, and human-wildlife conflicts were common, while population of large mammals such as elephants, giraffes, and others were on decline due to habitat loss and overexploitation. Community conservancies were introduced to address these challenges, and by integrating local participation in conservation and adopting practices like community sensitization, control grazing, reseeding, and degraded areas, and removal of invasive species. These strategies are expected to improve habitat conditions, increase wildlife densities, and human-wildlife conflict. We go to the objective of the study. The main objective was to assess the impact of the community conservation strategies
including community sensitization, controlled grazing, reseeding, and elimination of invasive species on habitat restoration, large mammal densities, and mitigation of human-wildlife conflicts in Jaldesa, Marsabit County, Kenya. While considering the influence of legal and institutional and persistent drought associated with climate change as intervening factors that may have affected effectiveness of conservation interventions. Okay. I'm rushing through. I'm just rushing through. Yeah. Yeah. So the main objectives, I said, is to assess the impact of the community wildlife management strategies such as community sensitization and controlled grazing, and density of large mammals in large Jaldesa community conservancies, to evaluate the effects of habitat restoration practices, including reseeding and the elimination of invasive species on vegetation recovery and ecological balances in Jaldesa, and to examine how community conservation efforts contribute to mitigation of human-wildlife conflicts. So I'll go to methodology and materials used. The location of study was Jaldesa Community Conservancy, located in lowland slope of Mount Marsabit in Sagante, Jaldesa ward of Marsabit County. The research design we adopted was cross-sectional descriptive research design. Target population was 16,758 people. Random sampling was used. Data collection, a structured questionnaire was administered to collect data on human demographics, characteristics, and human-wildlife conflicts. Data on large mammals were collected through walking across the transects. NDVI method was also used to assess vegetation cover changes over the years 2014 and 2020. Data analysis, the data was analyzed using Shannon-Weiner diversity index to measure large mammal species richness. Descriptive statistics derived from structured questionnaires were used to analyze large mammals. Objective 2, data on vegetation cover was analyzed using NDVI, and data on human-wildlife conflict were analyzed and interpreted with the use of SPSS version 29. Results, there are results for, I had results for impact of community wildlife management strategies on large mammals. I also had results for community wildlife management strategies on habitat restorations. Unfortunately, I could not read them because of time. I had results for NDVI data for the year 2014 and 2020, which were tabulated and in form of histograms. Unfortunately, because of time, I could not read through. So the conclusion and recommendation of this research is that this research affirms the community-based wildlife management strategies such as controlled grazing, reseeding, and community sensitization are not only vital for increasing a large mammal population, but also instrumental in rehabilitating degraded habitats and effectively mitigating human-wildlife conflict. Community conservation, education, and awareness programs have proven to be transformative. The convergence of ecological restoration and community welfare reflects global findings that sustainable conservation outcomes depend on empowering local people. So recommendation of this research highlights the sustained community sensitization coupled with targeted conservation practices such as controlled grazing, reseeding, degraded rangeland, and the elimination of invasive species, among others. So that is the end of my presentation. Sorry, I rushed through because of time. It was only 7 minutes. Thank you.
So thank you for the presentation, and maybe I give 1 minute for any question that may arise from the presentation. Kindly, any person with a question? Maybe I'll have a quick one. Barako, what was your sample size for the study?
The sample for the study, I had a targeted population of around 17,000, but out of that I took a population of around 300
Okay. Okay, thank you. Now, we have the next presenter, kindly because of time. Okay, presentation.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Justin Onguti Okemwa. I'm presenting my thesis on the topic of influence of software quarrying on land use and land cover changes in Tabaka Ward, Kisii County, Kenya. And my supervisors were Dr. Kinoti Kibetu and Dr. Paul Njue. On the introduction part, so Tabaka Ward is located in Wicha South Sub-County, Kisii County, Kenya. And in this ward, we have approximately 22 billion tons of soapstone deposits. Hence, it's considered as the epicenter of soapstone quarrying in Kenya. That is according to the Kenya Geological Survey of 2022. So as the mining industry continues to grow in this ward, so we have been experiencing massive land use and land cover changes due to soapstone quarrying activities. So those images are some of the images on the soapstone products. On the statement of the problem, so soapstone quarrying in Tabaka has led to significant environmental degradation, loss of agricultural land, and some changes in land use and land cover changes. According to the Mining Act number 12 of 2016, so it provides the legal frameworks for licensing of all mining activities. And on the contrary, as the Kisii County Integrated Development Plan outlined, these frameworks are not followed in Tabaka Ward. Additionally, according to the MCA Act, that is the Amendment Act of 2015, it also mandates NEMA to carry out environmental impact assessment on all open cast extraction activities. Also, as the Kisii County Integrated Development Plan outlined, these regulations are not followed in Tabaka Ward. Hence, soapstone quarrying is carried out without adhering to environmental impacts. I also reviewed some studies, such as a study by Chepchumba, which never focused on the land use and land cover dynamics. So there was a need to provide up-to-date knowledge on the state of the land in Tabaka Ward. Hence, the study focused on the spatial and temporal extent of how the area has been experiencing land use and land cover changes for 24 years. So the main objective was to map the spatio-temporal changes in land use and land cover between 2000 and 2024 in Tabaka Ward, Kisii County, Kenya, due to soapstone quarrying. On the theoretical framework, I used the tragedy of the common theory, which states that individuals who share a common resource mostly act on their own interests without adhering to environmental impacts, and at the process, they end up depleting the resource. That is according to Garrett Hardin, 1968. So in Tabaka Ward, the community members, they have ventured into soapstone quarrying while they don't take care of the long-term impacts. They just focus on the short-term impacts. Now, according to that theory, it proposed some of the measures. So that is the measures to the tragedy of the commons. We need to do regulation of the resource and privatization. Methodology, it was carried out in Tabaka Ward. Sample size was 382 respondents, used a mixed methods approach. On the data tools correction, we used GIS and remote sensing. Questionnaires were administered to 382 household respondents. Also, we had interview guides, photographing. On data analysis, we used Idris Kilimanjaro and the QGIS to analyze the Landsat images. SPSS was used to analyze quantitative data, and the qualitative data was analyzed thematically. On the results, So we used supervised classification using maximum likelihood algorithm to categorize the land site images. And among the key mapped land use and land cover classes included forest cover quarry sites, transport network, residential, commercial, agriculture, and bearlands. So we did what we call change detection, that is image differencing between 2000 and 2024. And forest cover recorded a decrease, quarry land recorded an increase, commercial, bearland, residential, transport, and agriculture also recorded an increase. So I have explained why we recorded those increases in my next slides. On the conclusion part, we can conclude that soapstone quarrying is the major driver of those land use and land cover classes in Tabaka Ward. And 1,389 acres of land recorded a decrease, 695 recorded no change, while 3,886 recorded an increase. We therefore recommend a GIS-based and remote sensing assessment on those land use and land cover classes, that is to over real-time monitoring of those activities. Also, we recommend to NEMA to ensure strict land use planning and zoning policies to designate some of the quarry intensive or some of the ecological sensitive zones such as forests. Also, there is need for NEMA to implement environmental impact assessment to regulate those unsustainable quarrying activities. Thank you. That's the end of my presentation.
So thank you, Justin, for your presentation. And if I might give 1 minute for any question. Anybody with a question as regards the presentation? Okay, there being no question, thank you for the presentation. And going forward, when we begin, I realized that we have 11 presentations. But then you realize that we have many people who want to present, and we want to give everybody an opportunity. Now, given that we have the program, I want to go as per the program. Now that we have had 2 presenters, Justin has presented, and now the next presenter will be Cornelius Kimtai. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mr. Kimtai Cornelius, a master's student at Chuka University. My title of the thesis is Accessing Household Water Use, Supply Patterns and Management Challenges in Madhya Subcatchment, Kenya. My supervisors were Dr. Evans Mutuma and Dr. Akadan Denge. Background of the study. Water plays a vital role in supporting the agricultural, industrial, and domestic household sectors, yet there is a growing imbalance between supply and demand, presenting serious challenges. Water management is a critical global issue aimed at ensuring the provision of clean, sufficient, and high-quality water for all users. Despite significant advancements in water resource management, challenges persist, particularly in developing regions, where water access is less universal compared to developed countries. The growing imbalance between water supply and demand in various regions is becoming more pronounced due to factors such as economic development, we have population growth, rapid urbanization, and the increasing frequency of extreme weather events. Statement of the problem. Matoya subcatchment serves as a key resource of water service to agriculture, industry, hydroelectric power generation, and municipal use. However, the increasing population has intensified challenges in water resource management. Rapid urbanization has significantly reduced available water areas, with approximately 128 hectares lost between 2001 and 2019. Infrastructure projects including roads, hydropower plants, and bridges have altered river systems. They have also disrupted natural flows and excavating water distribution inefficiencies. Despite existing water management frameworks, a critical gap remains in effectively balancing water supply and demand across household sector. So this study seeks to evaluate the effectiveness of water supply and demand management strategies in the domestic household sector and their impacts on sustainable water resources in Matoya subcatchment. This study aims to contribute to improved decision making in water governance and enhance the relation of water systems in the face of increasing demand and environmental pressures. Objectives of the study: to determine the level of water consumption in domestic household, to evaluate the water demand and supply, and to establish the existing gaps. Methodology: the study employed a descriptive survey site design to assess water consumption patterns, demand-supply dynamics, and management strategies. Results and discussion: 385 out of 400 respondents completed the survey, yielding a response rate of 96.25%. Results on objective number 1, which is level of water consumption in domestic household with piped water. The one sample test results show that households with piped water in Matoya subcatchment generally used water responsibly, with moderate engagement in monitoring daily consumption and awareness of saving practices. Some inefficiencies occurred during washing and cleaning, indicating occasional wastage. Objective number 2, the study revealed that all 4 aspects of domestic water management, supply adequacy, seasonal shortages, tariff affordability, and storage capacity had P values below 0.01, indicating strong significance. Most households agreed that their water supply met needs, tariffs were affordable, and storage was adequate, though there were seasonal shortages which remained common. Last objectives on gaps in water management strategies. The one sample test revealed significant gaps in domestic water management in Matoya subcatchment, particularly in public education, policy clarity, and supply-demand balance. In conclusion, the study concludes that in terms of water consumption, households in Matoya subcatchment generally use water responsibly and are aware of conservation practices, though irregular monitoring indicates the need for continuous education on sustainable use. Regarding the water's demand and supply, most households accessed piped water, but seasonal shortages and inconsistent distribution led to dependence on stored and alternative sources, exposing infrastructural weaknesses. In relation to water management strategies, limited public education and clear policy enforcement and weak institutional support hinder effective management, calling for stronger governance, clear policies, and enhanced community participation to promote sustainable water use in the subcatchment. Recommendation 1 is to enhance public education. Number 2, upgrade water infrastructure. Number 3, strengthen governance and coordination. Number 4 is promote community participation. Number 5 is integrate climate adaptation. And that is the end. Thank you for listening.
Yes, thank you, Cornelius, for the presentation. Maybe I give a minute for any question arising from the presentation. Any question? So there being no question, thank you for the presentation. Now, we proceed as guided. The next presentation, the next presenter on nutritional and microbial quality. Is he present? Is the presenter here? Okay, seems like the presenter is not around. Now we proceed to the next one. That is Jay Muturi. Welcome.
So, good morning. My name is John Muturi Kanja. I'm an MSc student. I'll be presenting my two objectives, and my title is Enhancing Fallow Management in Kenya through by integrating selected vegetables within the push-pull technologies with my supervisors, Dr. Caroline Anae, Dr. David Kupesa, and Professor Nyesi S. So we all know that fall armyworm has become a devastating pest in the current situation in Kenya, and it first came to Kenya in 2017, and we know that it can cause to 100% losses. Fall armyworm attacks the leaves, and at times it even attacks the combs and during the younger stage. So when we integrate selected vegetables in the push-pull, for example, cabbage, as we can see, we are going to ensure that we have good land use, and we are going to improve on our income, and probably we are going to do some increase, we are going to modify the soil, and also we are going to lower the usage of pesticide. So we have some of the control measures being applied to deal with the fall armyworm. We have use of insecticides. We also have intercropping with non-host, for example, the beans. We also have the use of push-pull technology, and we also have the use of the pheromone traps to lure the male. For the materials and methods, the research was carried out at ISIPE. The study where I did 2 trials, there the latitudes and the soils are there. So the materials, the research design, we used RCBD with 5 treatments. The treatments included maize, sol maize, push-pull with coriander, which is dania, push-pull with cabbage, and push-pull with onion. And they measured 5 by 3 meters. That's how my plots look like. On the data collection, I did some data collection on pest incidences, and also did some data collection on beneficial organisms. So for the data analysis, the formula is there. And for the beneficial organisms, we used the Shannon Diversity Index. There are the results for the incidents. We can see that the control registered the highest number of pest incidents, while PPT was a bit lower. Push-pull is the normal push-pull, PPT, but in my research, I have incorporated the vegetables. So we can see that cabbage performed the best with the lowest number of incidents, both in trial 1 and trial 2. When we go to the beneficial organisms, we find that the vegetables did well in terms of the Shannon Diversity Index. And behind there, those are just a few of the beneficial organisms that I was able to see, to capture. I have others, but just presenting a few. We have the sting bugs, the ladybugs, the spiders, the pod bugs, and the sugar ants, and also the earwings. So for the discussion, we can see that integrating vegetables reduced the pest incidents. By non-host plants, they could mask the fall armyworm from finding the maize. Also, in terms of abundance, we've seen that integrating vegetables, there is a higher abundance of beneficial organisms being attracted. In the conclusion, integrating cabbage, coriander, and onion in push-pull systems has provided an effective way of reducing fall armyworm without necessarily using chemicals. Recommendation, I would recommend we scale up vegetable integrated push-pull adaptation to promote farmers training on crop selection, establishment, and pest monitoring. I would also recommend we strengthen research and innovation by conducting further studies to refine the vegetable combination. Acknowledgement, I would like to thank God for the journey. I would thank Chuka University and the Plant Science Department, and also my supervisors. And my gratitude goes to ISIPE and especially the IKEA and EU project for funding my work. Thank you. That's my presentation.
So thank you, Mr. Muturi, for your presentation. I give a minute for any question that may arise from the presentation. Anybody with a question? So if no questions, then we proceed. And before we proceed, are there any presenters from the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences? Okay. Because there was direction that if any are here, they should join the other group. But if we have none, then we proceed. The next presenter is Winnie Joy. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Winjoy Nyawira from the Department of Plant Sciences. I'll be presenting part of my MSc work, an objective, and the title is Combining Ability, Heritability, and Inheritance of Farmer-Preferred Traits in Cowpea from Eastern and Western Kenya, together with my supervisors, Professor Moraya and Professor Shelmith. Introduction: cowpea is an important legume. It is second to common bean, and it is very vital for food security in Kenya and also Africa. One thing about cowpea is that farmers prefer their local land races. They prefer farming what they have, despite the fact that some of their varieties they are affected by pests and diseases. They still choose to use that. And whereas the researchers are coming up with new varieties each year, but you find that the farmers are not adapting these varieties. And this is because they don't have those characteristics they like. For example, we have color, the size, the shape. Those are some of the things the farmers prefer. So breeding programs should improve what the farmers have, improve the farmer varieties rather than introducing new ones, because once you introduce new ones, you find that the farmers are not adopting them. And this can be done by crossing the farmer-preferred genotypes with and incorporating the resistant genes or whatever characteristics you want to incorporate, rather than introducing new varieties. Well, as much as you're breeding for resistance, you need to know, to understand the inheritance of these traits. And you can do that by estimating the heritability and the mode of inheritance of these key traits. And you can do that by estimating these genetic parameters, as well as understanding the mode of inheritance. Heritability, for example, it helps in guiding in selection, so that because it allows for efficiency in selection and potential genetic gain. This is not really like a problem, but like what I've explained is that most farmers, they rather you incorporate the good traits in their local land races rather than introducing new ones. And in that way, or when you are introducing these traits, you find that there are so many characteristics that are changed during that time. And therefore, you need to understand the genetic basis of these traits. 25 hybrids, the objectives under this objective was to assess genetic variability for 25 cowpea hybrids, to estimate the general combining ability and specific combining ability for yield for these cowpea hybrids, and then to determine the heritability and the gene action of yield for these hybrids. The work was done in Kairini, Chuka University farm in Kairini, and 8 farmer-preferred parental genotypes were crossed with each other, and these varieties were from Eastern and Western Kenya, and they were crossed following 8x8 partial diallel design, that is method 2, and to generate the 25 crosses. And now the evaluation was done using randomized complete block design. Data collection was done following the copy collection descriptor. Yeah. So as you can see, that is how the fonts were developed, whereby pollen was collected from the from the pollen donor, and then introduced the female receptor. And once that was done, tagging was done, and then a pod would develop. So that is how the crossing was done. And once the crossing was done, and F1, what would come up was the F1. And this F1 was also planted to come up with the F2. And like I've mentioned, the characteristics, you'd find that, for example, the parental genotype would be, for example, white. But you find that the F1 and F2, there will be changes in the color because the genes that govern the color of the seed, there are very many. So it is based on either recessiveness or dominance of such these traits. So maybe I can explain better using this diagram. You find that, for example, Eastern 1 genotype was crossed with Busia 1. This is cream, the other one is red in color, but you can see the F1 hybrid was white with dark eye and the red colored one. Then in F2, you'd find a black colored seed. You'd ask yourself, how can a black colored seed come from a cross between cream and red? This is because of the interaction between the genes, whereby you find that, for example, in F1, that black color of the scar can also dictate the color of the seed. So you find that those interactions between those genes, you find that what you expect in F2 is not what you planted. And that is why you need to understand, as a breeder or as a scientist, you understand the mode of inheritance of these traits. Same case too, a cross between Eastern 1 and Eastern 3. Eastern 6 and Eastern 1. You can see Eastern 6 and Kakamega 1, you would find that the F1 is white colored with a black scar, but you find the F2, it's a combination between the white color and the black color. And as I mentioned, it's because of the interaction of the genes. Same case to the pod color. You know, inheritance is not only on the seeds but also on the pods, whereby you find that if you cross cream-colored a seed with cream color and cream-colored pod and red-colored pod, you find that in F1 and in F2 there will be changes because of those interaction of the genes. It does not only happen to the seed but also to the pods. So for the results, analysis was done using Griffin method 2 of diallel analysis, and the general combining ability for yield was found to be significant, same as the specific combining ability was also significant, which indicated that both additive and dominance gene actions were important in the inheritance of grain yield. And therefore, you find that this shows that non-additive gene action was predominant. And you also see that additive gene effects were low. The effects were very low in this case. For heritability estimates, broad sense heritability was quite high, which showed that there was low environmental effect, meaning the phenotype of this cowpea, it would govern the selection. You can see a big seeded cowpea and say this is now the phenotype, and you can use that for selection. But now the narrow sense heritability was quite low, which showed that early generation selection would not be favorable because the additive genes at this point, they were very low, and therefore we would not recommend early generation. By early generation is that you cannot select at F1. Like you saw, at F1, the color of the seed at F1 and F2 is very different. So you cannot select at F1. You should proceed at least to F6, where there is that stability. Then, just a summary of the key findings is that there was phenotypic variation across all the crosses, and also there was significant general combining ability and specific combining ability, and also non-additive gene action was predominant. And also we would recommend, one of the recommendations No, let me go to conclusions first. Conclusion is that the cowpea genotypes used for this study showed a wide phenotypic diversity, and non-additive gene action controlled the inheritance of yield, and early selection would be ineffective. So therefore, we would advise delayed selection and also integrating the farmer traits in when improving varieties. For recommendations, like I mentioned, it's the delay of selection to later generation. That is to capture those additive gene effects. Then promote hybrid development to explore heterosis, because at F1, what you're looking at is the hybrid vigor or the heterosis. So you can even use that. And also including the farmer preferred traits while breeding, and also use of local land races because they have a lot of genetic resource. They are very rich in that. So you can even use them to introduce new traits. Application of molecular tools. This whole process can be shortened by use of molecular markers, and also testing this across different environments. You just don't do the breeding in one area, you can do in other areas, so that you have multi-area or multiple environments testing. Then strengthen collaboration with farmers for better adoption. You want to allow the farmers to have a say in your research. You don't just come up with varieties and give them. You should first ask them, what do you want? And then you improve based on what they already have. That is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Winjoy, for the presentation. And if I give a minute for any question that may arise. Any question from the audience? So if no question, the presentation was good. And going forward, I may request that we keep time, because it is of essence, that every presenter will get 7 minutes, and also we make sure that we don't delay, especially for the afternoon section. Now the next presenter is Lynette. Lynette. Okay, welcome, Lynette.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Yes, my name is Lynette. I'm from the Department of Management Science. But today my presentation, or the title is The Impact of M-Pesa Adoption on Transaction Cost Among Dairy Farmers in Elgeyo Marakwet County. So that was the outline of the study. So in the introduction part of it is agriculture is the backbone of Kenya economy, and dairy sector contributes 14% of the national GDP and 40% of the national livestock GDP. That is according to the Kenya Economic Report 2024. And then the highest percentage of milk produced in Kenya is normally produced by smallholder farmers. That means approximately 80%. And then M-Pesa, I know this one we know. M-Pesa is an agent-assisted mobile phone-based and money transfer platform. And then M-Pesa, I think you understand, M stand for mobile, and then Pesa is a Swahili word for money, and then operated by Safaricom, and it was launched on 6/2007. And then the problem statement is about 50% of Kenya population live below the poverty level of 1%, $1 per day, and most of them being the rural subsistence farmers. And then approximately 5 billion liters of milk produced per year in Kenya, and out of it is 80% is accounted by smallholder farmers. That is according to Muruki 2011. And then dairy farmers in Elgeyo Marakwet County have encountered serious problems with regards to day-to-day operation. And then the problems include maintenance of low transaction costs. And then the motive or the motivation for my study is that in Elgeyo Marakwet County, dairy farming is mostly practiced by the smallholder farmers, who account for the largest percentage of milk production, and numerous challenges have affected their growth and expansion due to limited resources, due to limited resources and mismanagement of the little finance. So in short, what I'm trying to say is that, yes, we have limited resources in our, when we are practicing our farming, but it is not only the limited resources that we have, but also we mismanage the little that we have. And most researchers have done studies on success of M-Pesa as a product. That means people have done research like M-Pesa is good for saving, it is good for this and this, as M-Pesa itself as a product. But little has been done on its contribution to the various sectors of the economy. And here I was interested in the sector of economy, of which it is the agricultural sector, and specifically on the dairy farming. Therefore, the aim of the study is to investigate how the use of M-Pesa has improved the financial performance of dairy farmers. So here, the financial performance are measuring using the transaction cost. That is my first the only objective that I have, but I had 3 objectives, but today I'm only presenting 1 objective. So to determine what M-Pesa use, research to low transaction costs in dairy farming business in Elgeyo Marakwet County. That was my conceptual framework. And now this is the methodology, that is the research area. It was in Metkei Dairy Hub, located in Keyo South constituency in Elgeyo Marakwet County. And the target population was approximately 2,000 registered farmers from 4 dairy cooperative societies. And the reason as to why I choose that hub is because it is the only hub that has adopted the use of M-Pesa in dairy farming in the county. And then our data collection and sample size, I used purposive sampling was used in the study to collect the primary data, and the study involved a random sample of 320 farmers due to limited time. However, 300 were able to respond. And then from the sample size, we were using 80 farmers for each of the 4 cooperatives were selected, and it was a random sample based on the time of arrival on the various milking collection station of 5 minutes difference. And then my results now and discussion. So here, the summary of the descriptive statistics is that according to the gender, we see that female were the one who practiced dairy farming nowadays. And also when we see about the duration of M-Pesa, majority of them were over 5 years. And then the rest, I think you can see because of them. And then also I used Stata. And in Stata, I used ordered logic relation. And then in ordered logic, is used when the dependent variable is more than 2 categories, and the value of which category has a meaningful sequential order, where the value is indeed higher than the previous one. I think that one is okay. That was the formula that we are using. And then marginal effect, because here you cannot, using loaded order, you cannot read it. You have to convert it first of all into probabilities. And those were my results. And then my conclusion is that M-Pesa use has a positive effect on low transaction cost of dairy farmers. So my suggestion is that the government, in conjunction with Safaricom M-Pesa use providers, should increase M-Pesa usage awareness to the dairy farmers in Elgeyo Marakwet County. This will help them to improve their financial management and lead to profit maximization and farming expansion in the long run. Thank you for listening.
So thank you, Lynette, for the presentation, and I will invite any question that may arise from the presentation. So if no question, then we are going to proceed. And as we proceed, we have Stanley Gikonyo. Okay. You need to consult with our ICT. Yes. Yes. So let us proceed to the next presentation. And our next presenter is Stephen Gishuge. So presentation. Okay. So welcome, 7 minutes. Okay.
My name's Stephen Gichunge. My supervisors are Dr. Edwin Kire and Dr. Frederick Hu Ogola. My topic is assessment of remnant miner I'm doing masters in environmental science. My topic or title was assessment of Lemna minor, that is the duckweed, nutritional profile, and also formulation effect on catfish fingerlings growth in Sagana Fisheries, Kenya. The problem that I'm looking at is mostly on fins. The farmers have a problem, meaning who have working on catfish. The fins are very, very expensive. Also, fins are not available for the farmers, and sustainability is a problem. So, and also the water quality on it. But today I'm just summarizing only two objectives. I have 4 objectives on my thesis, and so the problem was the growth performance. The catfish farming expanding rapidly in Kenya has brought a problem due to government support. The government is supporting the farming, and so the fins becomes a problem. So we have also the small-scale farmers struggling for expensive fish meal cost and limited availability, and also we have a sustainability gap in that one. So my research objective was to assess the nutritional profile of Lemna minor grown in different ponds in Mount Kenya region. The other one is to evaluate the effect of different formulation of Lemna minor based fish meal on the growth parameters. That is the standard area. The standard area was Kirinyaga, specifically Kirinyaga area, Sagana. The design, standard design, the setup, we had 750 fingerlings in 15 tanks. I used a completely randomized and design. Also, I made 5 treatments, and D1, which was D0, which was control, D1, which was commercial, D2 was having that 3.3% of the duckweed, and D3 is the 6.7% of the duckweed, and then D4 was having 100% replacement of the duckweed. Then the duration was 8 weeks. That one was the way and the layout, which was the completely randomized experimental design of the way I set the ponds, the tanks. The analysis and data collection on nutrition analysis of Lemna minor duckweed. That one I collected the duckweed from different regions, Kirinyaga, Kiheti. We have a Kenya Marine Fisheries Research Institute in Kisii, and also one farmer, Kirinyaga. There was that one collection of the, and I formulated the fins at 35% crude protein using Pearson square method. Then there was approximate analysis of method of the fins, where I looked at moisture content, total hash, crude protein, and others. Then there was analysis of duckweed nutritional profile. One way, ANOVA was used with LSD, post-havoc test. Then there was fish growth performance. We used that test. Water quality, I also used one way ANOVA. Then there was water quality. Yes, there was water quality versus fish growth modeling. Assessment of catfish performance, that is the method I used to come up with the results. In my results, I realized that nutritional variations of the duckweed has an effect. Also, the duckweed, I tried to check on the profile, depending on the regions. The resorts, I think there was the formulations and a very big effect. The one which had no fish meal and the one which had 100%. The 100%, there was no performance completely. That one. Because you have no time conclusion, I realized that moderate success, if you take a duckweed and put it at approximately 66.7% inclusion on other fish, we are likely to have good results. Full replacement, if you use 100% of duckweed, you don't get any results. There is very poor performance. And then regional variations, where you get your duckweed, matters a lot. Recommendation. 1, aquaculture practitioners should assess the nutritional composition of remna minor from different collection sites prior to the use in feed formulation. B, inclusion of remna minor in catfish diet should be limited to moderate levels, preferably up to 66.7%. You avoid 100% of the duckweed. Duckweed-based feed may be adapted without compromising water quality. If you use duckweed at around 66.7, water quality will be okay. The water quality should be regularly monitored when using remna minor-based feed with a specific attention to ammonia, nitrate, and electronic conductivity. I tried to check the effect on those ammonia, nitrates, and it should be monitored when you are using it. I think, thank you.
So thank you for the presentation. And maybe Stephen, I'll have one question for you. In course of your presentation, you did your research in Kirinyaga. But when you're presenting, you talked about something about Kisi. What about it?
That is where some of the samples for profile, nutrition profile.
Okay.
So for nutrition profile, I picked one there, Kirinyaga, from a farmer. Then the other one I had grown inside in the pots, several pots in the Sagana fish pond.
The purpose?
I wanted to see the nutrition, if there are environmental factors, if they are able to affect and other factors, the nutrition. Because if you look at Sagana, the protein content, crude protein content was higher than crude protein was in a farmer in Kirinyaga.
Okay. Okay, well understood. Thank you for the answer. Any other question? Please. You have another question?
So in the opening statement, I had a good presentation saying that the problem was, I don't know whether the problem was that time and there's no problem now, or I mean, I didn't get it well. Is it solved now that you finished the research, or I don't know?
Maybe you can respond to that question.
The problem is there. I have done that one so that I can be able to advise the farmers. Through my recommendation, the farmers will be advised how to have the cheapest fins using locally available duckweed, which they will grow in their ponds.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any other concern? Yes, another question here in front. Enjoy.
Thank you for the presentation. My question is, we're able to identify the reason why we have different nutrients composition between Kirinyaga, Sagana, and other areas? Like, what was the source of that variation?
Environmental, and also the soil.
The soil and the, okay. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Any other concerns about the presentation? So there being no other concern, we proceed. And our next presenter is Muraya David.
Thank
Okay, there is a
you.
question.
So, because you are saying that those protein contents that were different due to soil type, and you know that is my area. So I don't know whether you checked, you did analysis for soils in Kirinyaga, Kisii, and wherever, so that you can truly articulate and say that in Kirinyaga, this was maybe the nitrogen or whatever, those that contributes to proteins in your wheat. So I'm wondering, did you do any soil analysis to justify your reason as to why the differences were as a result of soil, or you are just imagining or relating? I don't know.
I did not do any analysis, but when I look at the environmental factors in Kirinyaga, the temperatures, mostly the temperatures in Kirinyaga, where I was, the temperatures were very low compared to Sagana, where it was, and also compared to Kigati. On analysis of the soil, I did not go beyond that point. Maybe I can recommend it can be checked more.
Yes, thank you. Because if you see the difference was as a result of soil.
I've seen the environmental in my paper. I've indicated the environmental factors.
So maybe just to intervene.
Yes.
What metrics of environment did you look at?
The temperatures. I looked at the temperatures.
You have that data?
Yes, I have it.
Moisture, we have moisture, we have light.
I have the moistures. If you look at my analysis there, you can see I've looked at the moisture. I think you can put that tables. There were in. I've put. I don't know if I can put that one which are displayed. Yeah. Okay, I have the moisture content. You can see hash content in every region. The ones which I got in Kigati, which I include in Sagana, you can see all of them have checked around 5 factors. Yes? Yes? No, for the soil, no.
Because now you are giving a recommendation and saying, or I don't know whether it was a recommend where you are saying, but the issue might be due to differences in, of course, there might be differences due to soil properties. But now that you never did any analysis, and maybe you want to compare, maybe there is a researcher who did the same research and they said the differences were as a result of soil differences. Sindio? Then now here you are telling us the difference might be, and yet you never did any soil analysis to compare with maybe if somebody who said like there was a difference because of soils. I think you should not use soils because you never did any analysis. That one might be a misguided.
I'm not, in my document there is nothing about soil.
But now when you are answering, that is what you said. That is my issue.
Okay,
when
thank you for the...
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, thank you for the engagements. And because we are all researchers and we can engage further, yes, we stand guided that we can consult after the presentations. Now, because, you know, that is why we are here for. We share findings, we guide each other so that we improve on what we do every day. So thank you for the presentation, Stephen. And now in the interest of time, let us proceed. And our next presenter is Muraya David. Welcome, Muraya.
Thank you so much. My name is David Lee Muraya, and I'm going to present a part of my master's thesis on analysis of cat farmers' perception on agricultural insurance and risk attitude, a case study of Meru County, Kenya. My supervisors were Dr. Samuel Chege and Prof. Shelmith Monyeri. Now, smallholders, farmers, they are vulnerable to many varieties of hazards, which may be climatic hazards. Some may be, example, theft. Others may be pests and diseases. Others may be a cause of the environment and the way the things are. And agricultural insurance is among one of the techniques or strategies that a farmer can employ so that he can take control over the hazards. Though this varies because an individual's evaluation, the way I may value something or the way I may view agricultural insurance may be not the same as what a farmer may view agricultural insurance as. This may be due to lack of knowledge, maybe lack of awareness, maybe low level of education, because an expert's way of viewing will be in accordance to their level of education. So an increase in risk aversion can be associated with an increase in insurance use. We know the risk attitudes of different people. Either a person can be either risk averse, a person can be either risk loving, another person can be risk neutral. But risk aversion is attributed to the way a person may take an insurance cover. This is to protect himself in case of any loss that may occur. So this study was conducted in Meru County, Kenya. The research design that was used is the descriptive research design. Our target population was approximately 250,000 farmers. Out of the 250,000 target farmers, I picked a sample size of 323 respondents. The instrument that was used is a semi-structured questionnaire, and an analytical model that I used is a principal component analysis. The reason for using principal component analysis is because I was using a Likert scale to measure the perception and also to measure the risk attitude of a farmer. So I used a Likert scale of 1 to 5, where 1 is strongly agree, then 2 is is agree, then 3 is neutral, then 4 was disagree, then 5 was strongly disagree. Now, using the Likert scale, a variety of farmers' responses were picked, and valuing or analyzing that kind of a data is so huge that maybe it may be a little harder for you to analyze such kind of a data. So for that reason, I used a principal component analysis, which is a data reduction method that reorients the data to pick the data that is where it's highly centralized. So I used principal component analysis for this part of the objective of this research. Then these were the findings of my research. Out of from the data, I classified the data in two parts. The first part was on perception of agricultural insurance. I treated that separately from risk attitude. Then I took the data, the variables on risk attitude through a different process of principal component analysis. Out of the 10 variables that I had picked for perception of farmers, 2 components emerged to be to have an eigenvalue above 1. And the two components accounted for 78.27% of the variance of the entire data set, the entire data set, whereby the first component explains 61.27% of the variance, and this first component can be equivalent to the necessity, need of agricultural insurance, and the trustworthy of insurance. Most of the farmers found it worth to have agricultural insurance, and they found it that it's needful for them to have agricultural insurance, and they also responded that the insuring companies can be trusted. Then the second component was equitable to composition after loss, which accounted for 17% of the variation. Okay. Whereby the 17% of the variation, where the farmers responded that they would require a full compensation after a loss is suffered. Then when we came to the next part of risk attitude, the first component, the same had two principal components. The same data had two principal components with a total of 12 variables, and the two components accounted for 44.81% variance of the data, and the first component accounted for 35.85%, and the second component 8.96%, and the first component's variance is positively correlated with the variable where farmers view risk as an opportunity, where also farmers were willing to take risks, and also we are willing to have their businesses at risk. Then the second component was also positively correlated to exploring of investment opportunities for their money, and negatively correlated to the variable of keeping investment money safe, even if it means lower returns. Farmers were willing to invest their money in different occasions, in different investment opportunities, and they were also willing to invest their money even if there is risk that shall be incurred. Then to the conclusion, the study concluded that there need to be a lot of awareness that will be created. That's a recommendation where farmers needs to be made aware of agricultural insurance. Also, the study concludes that farmers the cat farmers view agriculture insurance as an important asset for their farming. Then the study also concludes that the farmers were risk-loving because they are willing to take risk, and also they are willing to invest their money even if there is any risk that will be faced. Also, I can recommend the insuring companies to come up with a strategy, or to come up with a strategy that is going to fully take in action or fully repay the farmer in case there is any loss that shall be suffered. That is the end of my presentations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, David, for the presentation. And maybe I'll ask a question. And my question for David is, what was the tool for your analysis?
The model that I used for analyzing the data.
The tool?
The questionnaire, semi-structured.
Okay, when you talk about tools of data analysis, we talk about maybe the software that you used to analyze the data.
Okay, Stata.
Stata?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So, questions for David? Yes, we have a question behind you.
Just my question is, why cat farming instead of other, like there are also maize farmers in Meru County? Why did you go specifically to cat farming?
The reason why I went specifically for cat farm is one, in the upper area of Meru County, farmers only depend on cat farming as their source of livelihood. The other reason why I went for cat farmers is because it's one of the variable products or agricultural products that are produced within Kenya. And also the other reason why I went for for cat farmers within Meru County is because there is a large market, and a large market for cat within Kenya and outside Kenya.
Thank you for the answer. So there is another question in front here, Unje.
Thank you for the presentation. Just a quick one. What is the major loss that they would do they incur that would necessitate, insurance? Is it because I understand cat is just like a caboose that grows naturally? So loss is in terms of?
Loss can be incurred through mostly, which is common, is theft Also, during the during the various weather conditions, climate becomes a problem. There's also parasites that are even harder to control, bearing in mind that they don't do insecticides, because this is something that is going to be consumed the plant.
Okay, so
Yes.
this major loss, like it's something that is major, because I don't know, maybe it's me, I've never heard that they incur any losses unless maybe a spoilage, but it's okay. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. And maybe I'll have another additional one.
Yes.
So when you talk about crops that are grown, how do you classify cat?
I can classify it as a cash crop for the people of Meru County.
Cash crop?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other question for David? So thank you, David.
Welcome.
And you'll consult with colleagues to improve on your work. Now, the next presenter is presenting to us online. And our next presenter is Stephen Kaora. And I want to believe Stephen is ready. Stephen? Stephen, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yes, welcome.
Yeah,
and,
I can hear you.
You can continue the presentation. Maybe you put it full
Thank you.
screen?
Yeah.
Stephen?
Yes.
Yes, you have your presentation full screen, and then you continue.
Okay, thank you. You can see it.
7 minutes, eh?
Yeah.
You can share the screen, we can't see it, and you have 7 minutes for your presentation.
I've shared my screen.
We can't see it, Stephen.
How about now?
Yes. Then have it full screen, and then you begin presentation.
Thank you. Okay, can you hear me?
And then also, Stephen?
Yeah.
Are you
Yes.
PhD student or master's?
I'm a master student.
Okay, thank you. So can you share the screen because we can't see it? So focus on the presentation only.
Yeah.
You share it.
I have, I don't know why it is disconnecting. I've been sharing it. How about now?
Yes, focus on the presentation. So have it
Yeah.
full screen and begin. Yes, the presentation.
Okay.
Okay, it has
My
disappeared
presentation is
again.
about has disappeared.
Yes, just have it the way it is and continue the presentation. Remove the
How about
full
now?
screen. Share.
Okay.
Continue like that, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Begin. You have 7 minutes.
Is it okay? Okay, okay. Okay, my presentation is about the effects of combined cattle manure and phosphatic fertilizer application rates on quality attributes of orange-fleshed sweet potatoes. I'm Kahora Stephen. I'm a master's student. in agronomy. My introduction is that sweet potato is the seventh important food crop, and third only to cassava and Irish potatoes. It is mainly grown in China, whereby they grow in larger percentages. And in Africa, Malawi, Tanzania, and Uganda are holding the first and fourth position. In the orange flesh sweet potatoes, we know that it is drought tolerant, adapted to marginal soils and short maturity of about 120 days. And it is highly nutritious since it has a lot of high amounts of beta carotene. Our soils are highly depleted in phosphorus due to continuous cropping, and also there's high fixation of P, which makes the phosphorus unavailable for the plants. Also, high cost of fertilizer is a major challenge to the cultivation of sweet potatoes. In the sweet potato production, there is a potential for us to move from 4.5 tons to 30 tons, but our production is as low as 2 tons per hectare. Current studies in Kenya address only the varietal improvement and disease tolerant, neglecting nutrient management practices and strategies of sweet potatoes. Also, there is limited data on the optimal application rates and combinations tailored for specific orange flesh sweet potato production. So this study aimed to provide cost-effective combination recommendations for smallholder farmers, focusing on sustainable practices to boost OFS production. The statement of the problem is that, I said earlier, there's continuous cropping, which depletes phosphorus, and also P in our soils is highly fixed due to our soils being acidic. This leads to nutrient depletion and reduction of productivity, and also the nutrition quality of orange flesh sweet potatoes. Also, OFS can address food insecurity and poverty, and also vitamin A deficiencies in vulnerable communities, and also people such as pregnant women and also children under 5 years. However, the yields are low. This yield gap is mainly due to limited use of integrated nutrient management practices. The justification is that it addresses persistent food insecurity, and in Kenya, there is poor nutrition. Also, the justification is unlocking the potential of OFS production, whereby it can go, the production can go as high as 30 tons per acre. Also, it can be a reliable income stream to rural households who are facing poverty, and also it's an alternative feed, a livestock feed potential. In the materials and methods, the experiment was done at Kiferego Irrigation Scheme and also ATC Wambogo Farm Nyeri. The experiment was laid down in a 3x3 factorial design at randomized block design with 3 applications. The levels of our cattle manure at 0, 1.5 tons and 2.5 tons, and phosphorus fertilizer at 0, 50 and 75 kilos. Each plot measured around 2 by 2 meters with a sweet potato vine population, with a population of 12 sweet potato vines. Data was collected on 3 random central vines in each plot. In the preparations, there was the field was cleared and plowed and harrowed. Also, certified OFS was sourced from J. and cattle manure was obtained from the respective areas. The spacing was 30 by 90, whereby we used the ridge, and also the treatments were applied at planting. and weeding and earthing were also done. Pest control and 3 plants were tagged, whereby 12 they were sent at Kari, Mgoga for analysis, whereby nitrogen, pH, organic matter, available phosphorus, potassium and CC were measured. In the data collection, in quality variables, I had 5 variables, which were percentage ash content, which was measured gravimetrically. There was a vitamin A content, which was determined using the protocol AOCA protocol. There was calcium content, which was analyzed through atomic absorption spectroscopy, together with the magnesium content. Percentage moisture content was also measured with the gravimetric method. Also, data analysis was also done using the SAS version 9.3, and significant differences were determined using the LSD at 5% probability level. In our results, the ash content, as you can see, the ash content in trial 1, T3S1, which was 2.5 tons of cattle manure, which did not have any phosphatic fertilizer, that is TSP, recorded the highest percentage of 4.448, where the least was 1.5 tons of cattle manure and with no fertilizer. The ash content was explained through cattle manure, which helps in soil aggregation and also water holding capacity, whereby the mineral accumulation was seen, where cattle manure was high as compared to the phosphatic fertilizers. Also, in trial 2, we see that high cattle manure.
Excuse, eh?
Yeah.
You have a minute to summarize your work, eh? Your presentation.
Okay.
Okay.
So, ash content in trial 2, whereby T3S2, which was done, the cattle manure was high, but the results were a bit different due to site-specific variations. In beta-carotene, we saw that the treatment with the highest cattle manure recorded the highest beta-carotene content, and this was also replicated in the trial 2 results. Also, in the calcium content analysis, we saw that treatment with the highest cattle manure without phosphorus, phosphatic fertilizer, recorded highest, and the lowest was the cattle manure, was the treatment with no cattle manure and phosphatic fertilizers. These results were different from trial 2 results, which recorded that the treatment with the highest cattle manure and medium applied phosphatic fertilizer recorded high cattle manure. But in calcium, trial 2 the treatment recorded the highest calcium content as compared to the trial 1 treatments. In magnesium content, we see that trial 2 treatment T2S3 recorded the highest magnesium content, which was also replicated in the trial 2 results. In terms of moisture content, we see that the treatment with the highest combination of cattle manure and phosphatic fertilizer recorded the highest moisture content, and these results also replicated in trial 2, whereby the treatment with the highest cattle manure and phosphatic fertilizer recorded the highest moisture content. In conclusion, the study confirmed that the integrated nutrient management combination of cattle manure and phosphatic fertilizer significantly improved the nutritional qualities, as we could see in our treatment T3S3, which had the highest levels of beta-carotene. Also, the results highlighted that there's different combinations of organic and inorganic fertilizer can optimize specific nutritional outcomes, such as the calcium levels were high in T2S2, which was a moderate application of cattle manure and phosphatic fertilizer, and also in the magnesium content, whereby the treatment with the highest cattle manure and with no phosphatic fertilizer recorded the highest magnesium content. The recommendation was that farmers should balance the combination of cattle manure and phosphatic fertilizer, such as T3S3, which would be ideal for optimal growth and beta-carotene content. Also, to tailor our nutrient strategies based on the desired outcomes, as we have seen in calcium and magnesium. Also, we would support sustainable soil fertility management using both organic and inorganic inputs to address soil deficiencies and maintain a long-term health soil. My advice on further studies would be the long-term monitoring of soil health and nutrient dynamics. Also, research should be done on the root and tube analysis to link it with the vegetative performance with harvest output. Also, storage and post-harvest quality assessment to examine how moisture and nutrient affect shelf life and consumer quality. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Stephen, for the presentation. And although you've spent more time than I gave you, but thank you, you presented well. Now, I open the floor for any questions for Stephen. Yes, we have questions from the audience. So there is a question from one of our members.
Thank you, Stephen, for your presentation. My first question is, which type of phosphatic fertilizer did you use in your research?
I can't hear her.
I'm asking which type of phosphatic fertilizer did you use in your research?
Triple superphosphate with 46% phosphorus.
Okay, thank you. When you were explaining about the different treatments, how they performed in terms of soil moisture and beta-carotene, you said for beta-carotene, you said those treatments that had cattle manure recorded the highest, and also and as opposed to those that had cattle manure and the phosphatic fertilizer. I'm asking, what is the science behind that? Also, you said the moisture content was high in those treatments that had higher phosphatic fertilizer, and also those that had cattle manure. But you didn't tell us which level of cattle manure, which level of phosphatic fertilizer, and what is the science behind that?
In terms, I've not heard the first question. The second question is about moisture content. Whereby the treatment T3S3, that is 2.5 cattle manure and recorded the highest moisture content in both trials. This could be explained through the cattle manure, improving also the water holding capacity of the soil, whereby treatments that had the highest cattle manure, recorded the highest moisture content.
Okay, maybe to clarify, there is maybe a part that you're missing, the science behind what you're explaining.
Or the science?
Yes.
Okay. So the question, what was the question again?
Okay, it is
Okay, I was asking, you said under beta carotene contents, those treatments that had manure, cattle manure alone, recorded highest beta carotene contents. Then under moisture content, you said those treatments that had phosphatic fertilizer and the cattle manure recorded highest soil moisture content. I was asking, what is the science behind that?
Okay, in the combined application of cattle manure and phosphatic fertilizer, it enhanced the beta carotene content of the sweet potatoes. Yeah, this was seen by the increase in the carotene accumulation through the orange fresh sweet potatoes under the integrated cattle manure and phosphatic fertilizer. Whereby the organic cattle manure increased the microbial activity, and together with the phosphorus, it stimulated the it stimulated the root development and the enzymatic processes, which opened up for the carotenoid metabolism, thereby increasing the beta carotene content in those treatments. Also, in the moisture content, increased cattle manure application also enhanced water availability for the treatments, which that's why translating to high moisture content in those treatments.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Are you done with answering, Stephen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, I would also recommend that you consult with our colleagues here. We have many scientists, and they will guide you, especially on the scientific bit of your research, because I can see there is an interesting focus of your research, and you stand to be guided. So make sure you consult, and this will help you even in your future research. So thank you so much for your presentation, and unless there is any other question from the audience? So I think our audience are satisfied, and thank you for your presentation and also using our technology. We've not had a lot of hiccups. So we'll continue the presentation in the university, and you're welcome even to attend physically next time. So thank you, bye.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we continue, and then our next presenter is Peter Iburi Kimathi. Do we have Peter? Seems like Peter is not around. So we continue to the next presenter, that is Jennifer Nguru. The name is?
Jennifer.
Yes, thank you. Our next presenter is Stanley Gikonyo. Welcome, Stanley. Your presentation?
Effect of seed inoculation.
That one. Okay. So 7 minutes.
So good afternoon. I am Stanley Gikonyo presenting effect of rhizobia inoculation, phosphorus application, and planting density on growth, yield, and net economic benefits. So simply the genesis of this problem is that we are aiming at producing food in a challenging environment where yields are declining. So crops like maize are failing and beans, the common crops. So we thought of introducing another crop called green grams in these areas where maize and beans are being grown. So also the farm sizes are decreasing. In the long run, we also are having a problem of utilization of rhizobia is limited. So the statement of the problem is green gram potential is large. There is less use in less application of rhizobia to increase yield. Why rhizobia, not phosphatic, not nitrogen fertilizer? Nitrogen fertilizer, if it is utilized, they cause one, pollution because of leaching and eutrophication. If it is low, then their cost is also high. Then secondly, the issue of planting density, we want to use the spacing that we have correctly. We don't want to waste space, but also we don't want also to enhance competition that will reduce yield. The last one is phosphorus. The densities are not also known. So materials and method, the study area is Kirinyaga, Kibimbi and Kirinyaga side. So we did 3 spacings that they outlined there. For phosphorus rates were also 3, and then rhizobia rates were also 3. So data collection was done for germination, percentage plant height, yield, and yield component. Data was analyzed using statistical analysis software version 93 list. Significant the difference was used for mean separation probability level of 5%. Those were the results. Then the discussions, the conclusions. So we recommended application of 40 grams per hectare of rhizobia, 90 kgs per hectare of phosphorus, 40 by 10 centimeters for enhancement of plant height. Then rhizobia, 40 grams per hectare, phosphorus, 60 kgs per hectare, and 45 by 15 to enhance green weight. Then rhizobia, 20 grams and per hectare, and 50 by 20 centimeters to enhance biomass. So recommendations. So you apply that 40 grams per hectare rhizobia, 90 kg per hectare phosphorus, density 40 by 10 to enhance growth. Then biomass, you apply 20 grams rhizobia and 50 by 20 to enhance biomass. So suggested for further research, you can do assessment of land equipment valent ratio. You want to see what spacing will be required for green gram millet intercrop. Then you assess also the performance of TSP and you compare the yields for 2. Then also the same research can be repeated during the long rains when there is sufficient moisture. Thank you.
So thank you for the presentation, and I open the floor for questions that may arise from that presentation. So especially the scientists in the field of agriculture, you have insights into this kind of research. Maybe you can get some reactions. Any questions? Yes, we have a question here in front. You give to Stanley.
Okay, thank you, Stanley, for your presentation. Mine is just to inquire which strain of rhizobium for green gram did you apply? And in your result, you've not told us which combination performed better amongst your levels for phosphorus and also for rhizobium, and also which type of phosphatic fertilizer did you use?
Rhizobium ellioti something. Then the rhizobium that performed was 40 grams per hectare. The spacing was 50 by 20, and then phosphorus was 60 kgs per hectare. TSP 46.
So satisfied? Any other question? You can give the mic.
I'm just saying, I don't know why. Why are we not using the commonly used fertilizer by farmers? Because if you walk around even in the Tharaka County and ask farmers, which fertilizer do you use in planting your, atakwambia tu it is DAP or NPK. So when we are giving these recommendations to farmers, you know, as we always say, research is good to find the findings, but again to transform the lives of farmers. So I don't know, you can recommend in your research people to carry out research using the commonly used fertilizer, that is DAP and even NPK, because that is what most farmers can afford.
Yes, I've said that further research will be done. DSP and people, one of the research.
Okay, and in your research, did you use those levels? Among your levels, were there those recommended rates for phosphorus and rhizobium, or your levels were as a result of soil analysis and a recommendation from the lab? Or you just came up with your own levels?
One, yes, we are doing the recommended levels, and then there was some aspect of analysis that we also did.
Okay, thank you. And I also encourage that we consult further to improve on our research. So thank you, Stephen, for the presentation. And as we continue, I want to just request to know, is there any person who has not presented in this forum and is here, except Jennifer? So we are going to have our last presentation, and that is from Jennifer Nguru. Welcome.
So good afternoon. I'm Jennifer from Biological Sciences. I'm presenting on one of my objectives for my master's thesis on the occurrence of loot knot nematodes in Chad in Murang'a County, Kenya. Chad is a low-growing vegetable that is grown for its consumption in low and processed form, belongs to the Amaranthaceae family, and it is cultivated globally and also in Kenya, where we have two major varieties, as we can see from the photos. We have the Swiss chard and the Ford Hook variety. Chard is erroneously known as spinach in Kenya. Its production is really constrained by pests and diseases, and key among them is the root knot nematode, which I'm looking at. So we have nearly 100 species of loot knot nematode, but the most researched and recognized is the Melodygene genus that has several species as stated there. So they have a wide host range that infect vegetables and other crops and cause high yield losses. They have 4 juvenile stages, that is in their life cycle, J1 to J4. J2 is the most infective stage, as we can see from the first photo. and they normally invade the roots of plants, and they cause galls that prevent the uptake of water by the plants, and therefore the plants dry off and eventually die. Chard is an important crop for enhancing food security, and it is highly constrained by the root knot nematodes, and there's also limited information on the occurrence and infestation, especially where I was doing the research in Murang'a County, Kenya. On the methodology, so the study was in Murang'a County in 5 agroecological zones. I used clustered random sampling where I was able to obtain 50 farms, and from them I obtained soil and root samples that I took to the lab and extracted the nematode juveniles from them. Nematode juveniles I extracted using a method known as the modified by man technique. From there, then I was able to count the number of juveniles on a counting tray under a compound microscope. I also scored the galls on the roots of the plant using a scale of a Goring index of 0 to 5, and the data I got was analyzed using one-way ANOVA. And the result is that I obtained that all the farms, or all the samples that I had, they were all affected by root knot nematodes. However, the density varied considerably from one agroecological zone to another, and there was a significant difference. As we can see from the graph, we had a zone like LH1 that had very high nematode density as compared to UM4. The mean number of juveniles also differed significantly between the farms within the same agroecological zone. And I also looked at the gall scores on the roots of the plants, and there was a significant difference between the one ecological zone and the other, as we can see from the graph. Also, there was a significant difference between the farms, that is on the gall score between the farms within the same agroecological zone. And I established 100% occurrence of root knot nematode in chard in Murang'a County, although at different severity levels. And on average, the severity levels were high in LH1 and UM1, and they were lowest in UM4. And this could be attributed to the sporadic distribution of the root knot nematodes, where you find them in patches in different parts of the farms, and also the agricultural practices practiced by the farmers, whereby, for example, you'll find the farmers uproot plants that are already infested with the root knot nematode, and then they will leave them on the land, meaning that the inoculum density continues increasing and the nematode buildup in the soil continues increasing. So in conclusion is that chard farms in Murang'a County, they have 100% root knot nematode occurrence, and of course at different severity levels, which decreases from LH1 to UM4. And my study recommends, or actually my objective recommends that we should have farmers training so that the farmers are able to identify these nematodes, and maybe they can even be able to do some cultural practices like crop rotation that will prevent them from planting the chard plant in infested soils, and also to promote maybe resistant varieties to the root knot nematodes and organic soil amendments that could help in the management of the root knot nematodes. Thank you.
So thank you for the presentation, Jennifer. And I open the floor for any questions regarding this research. And then we have a question in front here, Winjay.
Thank you, Jennifer. My question is, did you have a scale to show the severity levels? Because I've seen you said it is 100% occurrence, but how did you measure the severity, that word here?
Okay, about the severity, I didn't as per se measure it, but I could see from the gall score and also the juvenile density, it was not the same for all the farms. Some had very high, others had very low.
Okay. What I'm asking is, what is high for you? What were the numbers that you say? If I get 100 to 500, this is high.
Okay.
50 to 100, this is medium. Did you have such
All right,
a thing?
thank you. I get you. Okay, my research was on occurrence generally,
Okay.
but now when I was looking at the occurrence, I found that even if it's 100%, there is a difference. So maybe in the next research, maybe someone can look at the severity levels and maybe have a scale.
Okay, I just had seen the severity in your topic, that's why I asked. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay,
There-
thank you. Thank you,
There is
Madam
another,
Jennifer,
another question, yes.
for your presentation. You've recommended at the end of your research, you said farmers maybe can try crop rotation so as to reduce the attack of these root nematodes. So I'm asking, now that I'm a farmer and I want to try this crop, which are some of these crops that I can put under crop rotation so as to reduce this attack of root nematodes?
Thank you.
Then another one, because now we want to, we do research to help farmers. I'm asking, because maybe you have now the severity, how it occurs. Do you have any maybe tolerant variety which can resist or which can maybe try to tolerate these root nematodes, so that you can advise farmers, maybe you can try this variety, or it is just the agricultural practices, the management one, like crop rotation? And are there any chemical, because even if we go sustainable, we need to combine the chemical control and also the biological and even the cultural ones. Are there chemicals in the market which farmers can use to control these root nematodes, even if your research was on occurrence?
All right, so to the first question, yes, we have crops that can be used for crop rotation. Like we have sweet potatoes that are known to be resistant. We also have other crops that are trap crops, meaning that if they are resistant, they will reduce the nematode reproduction, and therefore their levels will go down. To the second question, we have management practices like the nematicides you have asked. Yes, they are there in the market, although you find that most of these nematicides sometimes they have adverse effects to even untarget organisms, but they are there, yes. We also have, like I mentioned, we can use the organic amendments, for example, composted coffee husks that could be available to the farmers, and then maybe they could use them in the farms to reduce the nematode buildup.
Okay, thank you. Another question? You have another question right before you? In front of you.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Elijah Barasa. I have some few concerns over the 100% that root node nematode occurrence. Because globally, this nematode causes around 5% of loss in crops. And in Muranga, you have established you have 100% occurrence of the nematode. Then, in your analysis, did you find out the exact or approximate loss that is caused by this 100% occurrence of the bacteria?
Thank you for the question. Although I tend to differ a little bit, root knot nematodes, they have a very significant yield losses across many plants. Maybe we can consult further about that. But also, sorry, I forgot the second part of the question, kindly.
The part of percentage of loss caused to Chad in Muranga based on the occurrence of the nematode.
Okay, the 100% is the occurrence. It is not the loss. So mine was looking at the occurrence, and then maybe further research could look at the quantitative loss of yield, particularly in the county.
Okay, so based on the recommendation, now that you have to contribute towards the improvement of chard production, right? In Muranga, if you didn't establish the loss or occurrence in that region,
it becomes difficult to recommend, because with 100% occurrence and a loss which you didn't calculate, it is difficult to establish the baseline for next research over the crop loss, specifically chard.
Okay, I think it's something that we can discuss further, depending on the scope of my study.
Okay, thank you for the response. There is another question.
Yeah, so my question is, these limatun, are they affecting only chan or it's affecting other crops? And also, if it is chan, then what is the science behind it? Why is it that it is affected by this limatun? Thank you.
Yes, root knot nematodes affect so many crops and so many vegetables. It's not only chard. And just to mention, root knot nematode is just a pathogen, like we have bacteria, we have virus, and other pathogens. So, and other pathogens just affect plants normally. So I do not know, or maybe I don't understand the second part of the question, but it affects plants because it's just a pathogen that could infect any other plant that is susceptible.
Yeah, why did you choose chan, not the others then?
All right, I get you. So the reason why I selected chard, it's because through my research and with the farmers, there are so many complaints of the low yield of the chard and even the plant loss, because root knot nematodes make the plants to dry off, and therefore the yields go down, and they are usually planted by the small scale farmers. They normally use them for income. So that is what made me have interest in that, in the particular crop.
Okay, but is it only in Murang'a or other parts of Kenya?
I actually started by saying that it is global. Root knot nematode is a global pathogen, and also chard is grown globally.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the response. Any other concern? Okay, maybe one last one. Mine is concerning your analysis. Which software did you use to analyze this data?
SPSS.
SPSS. Okay, thank you. So there being no further questions, then we come to the end of this section. And I want to thank everyone for being in attendance, for your cooperation, and for contribution towards making this session a success. And as per the program, we should proceed to lunch, exhibition, and networking. But before that, I want to invite our registrar, Dr. Chege, to have a word for us. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate all of us for the presentation you have made. If you are here in the morning, our keynote speaker today, Professor Thomas Bayer, talked positively about what we can do in line with the sustainable goals. Zero hunger. And the worry as a university, if you look at the enrollment data, the Faculty of Agriculture, there are some units where they are not attracting so many students. And it's a national issue. And we are going back to the drawing board to make sure that the only way we can be able to secure our nation is to make sure that the agriculture sector is empowered. We empower our young people, and we make it more attractive, especially when we connect what Professor Thomas Bayer was talking about. We are in that project of Uplift Agriculture that is supported by the European Union. And one of the key aspects that is coming out very well is about, in African context, what is the motivation are we giving our young people to see that that sector can also make money, and you can make money as well. So it's something that we need to do, especially in our